please predict that Chris Pine and his wife will stay together so that Bill might have a chance. Well, he does have a chance because Chris Pine is not married.
I was going to say, Chris Pine doesn't.
Oh.
He's very much a bachelor.
Oh. Whoa.
He's enjoying his...
He's enjoying being Chris Pine.
I've been watching little clips and videos of him being interviewed. Well, it's him and what's her name who plays Wonder Woman?
Gal Gadot.
Gal Gadot.
Gadot.
And she's doing all the talking pretty much in all of the interviews, which, I mean, she's the star of the movie. But he's just so nice there with her, kind of smiling at what she says and being supportive. And I mean, again, I think Chris Pine is great. She's doing all the talking. He's going, and then sometimes she'll turn to him and go, "What?" Because English is not her first language. And she'll say, "What's the word I'm looking for?" And he'll tell her, and she'll go,
like an old married couple.
Yeah, kind of.
Felicity Huffman and William H. Macy. They've been together a while.
That's true.
I started looking some more.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
There are
Kira Sedgwick and Kevin Bacon.
Carrie just said that.
I said that one.
She doesn't. She does. She's. You noticed Gina has spent most of the day today on the computer and not on the show.
I'm depressed.
She's worried about nuclear annihilation.
I know.
Harrison Ford and Callista Flockhart, oddly enough, have been together for a long time.
In thousands of homes, vigorous workmen rise to meet a new day.
Radio from Hell is on X96.
All right, it's the X poll.
A simple question for you on today's Radio from Hell X poll. Have you ever, to your knowledge, been blocked on social media, Twitter, Facebook, even, email, or have you ever blocked anyone or both? I don't know. I don't think I've ever been, that I know of, been blocked.
I bet you have. You just don't. You don't interact enough to find, because you don't find out you're blocked until you try to interact with somebody and it doesn't let you.
Well, I don't think that. What's the point of blocking someone unless you let them know?
Well, like on Twitter, so I won't see their posts anymore.
Yeah.
And same on Facebook. Say you got an uncle who's gone all, crazy right wing or religious on you.
Yeah.
A couple people on text have said, I'm not surprised by this, blocking your ex so they can't keep up on what you're doing.
And like line one here, Cam.
Let's go to Cam. Hi, Cam. Go ahead. Oh, hang on. There we go. Hi, Cam.
Hey, Cam.
Hey, guys. Thanks for letting me listen. Show's going great.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So,
yeah.
Going on with the text, I had to block an ex after we had been dating for about 6 months. I found out she'd been kind of sleeping around behind my back. And, so that was fun. Blocked her, and then we ended up working together at the same job, so I unblocked her so we could be friends. Plus, she had another relationship going on. About a month into that, she blocked me on Facebook, and I didn't think anything of it because, honestly, I'm not on Facebook that much. She breaks up with her current boyfriend and wants to get back with me, so I'm like, yeah, sure, that's fine. Unblock me on Facebook. Let's see if you're serious about this. And she does. It lasts for about a month, then I find out, hey, guess what? She's sleeping around behind my back again, so I'm like, you know what? We're done. I'm not doing this again. Blocked her on Facebook. About 3 months later, I get a friend request where I'm a completely different person that was friends with a whole bunch of my friends. So I accept it, find out it's her again, block her second account. And about a year ago, at this point I'm married and have a kid, she sends me another friend request under a different name.
She's crazy. Why are you
I
still
just want to
talking?
be friends. And I'm like, just leave me alone.
Yeah,
We're done.
she's insane.
She's crazy.
Yeah, yeah. Get her out of your life altogether.
Well, the
There we
big
go.
problem was that she was sleeping around behind your back. If she'd slept around in where you could watch, that would have been.
But that is a tool people use, though, when they're mad at you. Well, I'm just going to unfriend you. And
I just got scared. If she was doing that stuff behind my back, what would she end up doing in front of me?
Yeah.
So I just dropped that.
Yeah. So have you finally managed to get rid of her,
I haven't heard from her in 6 months.
as
so
far as you know?
Yeah.
As far as I know.
Could be an alias.
Just
All
around
right.
the corner.
All right, thanks.
Thanks, Cam. 877-602-9696. Have you had to block anyone, or have you been blocked, and why?
Let's go to Ryan. Hello, Ryan. Go ahead.
Morning, guys. Yeah, I had to block my boss.
Your
I used
boss.
to work at I had to block a couple of them. They used to work for a TV station there, and we were starting to put out the news on our Twitter feed before we were putting it out on the station feed.
Mm-hmm.
And then they got mad at us, so we said, okay, whatever. It's our Twitter feed. We can do what we want. And we just started blocking them so they couldn't see it.
All right.
It might be a good idea to block your boss just in general.
In general, yeah.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Just
Well, and they say that,
right, I'm going to go start doing that.
and they say that you should be careful with the kind of things that you post because, like, employers and prospective employers,
Oh, yeah.
they check your
For sure.
sites.
Absolutely they do.
And your feeds. They do a web search on you. So,
We recently got a new HR person here at Broadway, and there was a friend request from her on my Facebook page, and I did not accept that because I know I'll get the opportunity to meet with her anyway, but I
Yes,
just was
you will.
like, you know what?
Just in case.
Yeah, of all of us, Richie gets called into human resources more than anyone.
Not yet.
All right.
all right, let's go to, this is John. Hi, John. Go ahead.
Hey.
Go ahead.
So a couple years ago, it was shortly after I had met it was my girlfriend at the time, she's my wife now. She went out to Oregon to visit her family for a week because they were having some problems with her nieces and nephews. And one of her sisters had agreed to pick her up from the airport and, bring her back so that she could come back home. And the day she was supposed to come back home, her sister suddenly decided that my wife wasn't allowed to be in her life anymore and refused to take her anywhere. So my wife is basically stranded in Oregon. And so that we couldn't contact her, she blocked us on Facebook and blocked my phone number, blocked my wife's phone number, so that we couldn't contact her at all.
And is that still the case?
Well, shortly after, she decided to unblock my wife, because this was like right before we got married, because she wanted to be invited to the wedding.
Why does she want to go to a wedding? She wants nothing to do with you, but she wants to go to your wedding?
Well, it was inconvenient to her at the time.
Ah.
So,
Okay. Well, thank you.
thank you.
No,
All right.
I forgot about the other thing that I was blocked on.
What's that?
Do you remember, this was several years ago, when our chat room wasn't working? And I was really annoyed, so I said, let's all go into KSL's chat room, and we can all chat there, which worked really well for about a half an hour.
Yeah.
Until KSL blocked me.
Yeah.
I wonder if I'm going to go look. I don't know if I'm still blocked.
I'm sure you are.
Oh, let's see. I was just recently blocked by a coworker that was a friend for more than 2 years. He's an angry person that is always mad about something or at someone. He won't even acknowledge me at work now, and I'm fine with that. All right, let's go to... Is it Annan?
Annan?
Anonymous?
Oh, anonymous.
You couldn't spell out anonymous? All right.
Yeah, I was blocked by my wife while we were married.
Whoa.
She's since become my ex-wife, but she blocked me and my family. Just not blocked on, so we weren't friends. Blocked so none of us could see her feed.
And did you ask her about that? And she said what?
I didn't realize it for a while because I wasn't super active on Facebook, and it just turned like she was posting things. She would say she was going with a friend and would post pictures of her at concerts with guys, and she went on a trip with one of her girlfriends and ended up meeting guys at this football stadium in Colorado and had pictures, and so all this stuff that she didn't want any of us to see, but I eventually, found out just by finding things on our computer.
Where did you think she was when she was at a football game in Colorado?
Oh, no, I knew she was going on the trip.
Oh.
She was going with a friend that I knew.
Mm-hmm.
And she just said she was,
they
were going up there to see a game because her
where do
friend
you,
was a fan of the Broncos.
Gina, where do you think your husband is going when he says he's going on business trips?
It's work. He's
All right.
going to work.
Uh-huh.
All right, thanks. Let's see. Carly Joe says, I was unfriended and then eventually blocked by my cousin because when Utah initially legalized marriage for all, I posted that Sanpete County needed to stop withholding licenses. She got all up in arms about it, had a huge argument with my brother-in-law who owned her on the feed. It was a little awkward at the next family gathering. Ooh, that would be uncomfortable. Yeah. And let's see. This kid, here's Jasmine. This kid kept bothering me and being super creepy toward me via messages. I usually just ignored him, but one time he sent me a dick pic, so I reported him and blocked him. It was disgusting.
The all-knowing suit says, after denying his repeated advances to know my secret identity, Richie Stedman stopped following me.
Not going to tell me who you are? Screw you. Recently, my high school girlfriend blocked me from Facebook. My wife found out about it. Now my wife thinks something went down. No, she blocked you because she said, that was high school. Why are you bothering me all these years later?
I was blocked by a local sports radio guy. He told a funny story on the air, and I tweeted a joke about it. I guess he didn't like it, so he blocked me. Okay, a little oversensitive.
Yeah.
Let's go to... this is Kofta?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I have a few people on my Facebook that are just really, really stupid, and I will try and give them, like, life advice from time to time.
Yeah.
And they eventually will just block me because it turns from life advice to, like, hey, here's reality to...
They block you because you're too real, man.
Could I just suggest that maybe you should stop giving people life advice?
Yeah.
Well, it's funny. It's, like, funny to, you know, see these people struggle for air. Like, right now I have a chick that has no license, has no insurance on her car, and no registration.
Yeah.
And then she crashed her car after I've been telling her for months, dude, you shouldn't drive around without insurance or your license or registration on your car.
Geez, where'd you come up with great advice like that?
The law.
Ah!
All right, Kofta, we got to go.
See ya.
All right. And speak up next time.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's great life advice, Jerry.
We can continue.
Speaking up?
Yeah, it's just a basic thing.
You should post that.
Very simple. Sorry, you can block me.
Block him. Block him.
Block me for giving advice. I'm sorry.
You been blocked by anybody on social media, or have you had to block someone?
There you go.
Someone said a family member blocked him because they posted a picture of coffee.
Coffee? Okay.
Let's see. Yeah, there were a couple of other interesting ones. The only place I've been blocked that I know of is the KSL comment boards. I guess they don't like dissenting points of view there.
No, they don't.
Let's see. I blocked a woman who kept sending me and my wife condemning messages for our support of Obama leading up to the 2012 election.
Yeah, political stuff gets out of hand sometimes.
I just blocked all three of you on my second Twitter account. Not my primary account, though. You're still...
What? Okay.
All right, let's see. Let's just take a few more calls, and then we'll get to some news. Mike. Hello, Mike. Go ahead.
Hi, how's it going?
It's fine.
So, I once had to block my friend's girlfriend because she was so obsessive over him that she was asking me where he was all the time.
Oh, geez.
Wow.
Yeah.
Are they still together?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. So, but yeah, it was interesting. And I mean, most of the time I did know where he was because he was hanging out with me. But then when he wasn't hanging out with me, it was just like, I'm not his keeper, you know. So just stop asking me.
To your knowledge, was he cheating on her?
No.
So she didn't have anything to be concerned about.
All right.
No, not really. No, she's just very codependent.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, no problem.
Here's someone texting in. My wife set up my Facebook account for me and made sure to preemptively block all my ex-girlfriends.
Well, it's a good idea.
So, yeah. Just,
Here, I just took care of that for you.
No worries, mate. Taken care of. All right. Cleo, hi. Go ahead.
Hi, guys. I love that you have this topic because about 3 years ago, I went through like this period of probably 2 or 3 months where a bunch of my friends, male friends, for whatever reason, decided to block me on Facebook because they were mad at me. And that was how they reacted to their anger. Like, if I just block her on Facebook, she will disappear forever. It was really weird.
What were you doing to get so many men mad at you?
Well, it wasn't anything. I mean, I was dating a lot, but I was very open about it. But I had spent the weekend in Vegas with a friend of mine who lived in Bahrain, and he went back. And the first thing he did was start talking about his girlfriend. And I'm like, I don't really want to hear about that. And he got pissed off and blocked me. Not just unfriended me, but blocked me. And then there was this other friend that I used to work with who came into town, and we went out to happy hour, and we were going to, he needed to take his friend home to Cave Creek. This was when I lived in Arizona, and was going to have me go with them. And then at the last minute, he's like, "Oh, you can't come with me because his wife will see you, and then she'll think something's going on." And I'm like, "But there isn't." And I said, "That makes me feel really crappy, and I kind of got mad at him. And so he went home and unfriended me and blocked me on Facebook. And then another friend of mine, and this really, it was like within a matter of 2 months, I'm like, what is going on?
Yeah, I mean, this
another
is kind
friend
of
of mine got mad at me because I wouldn't come meet him. Like, I'd been in his part of town and then driven home, and I wouldn't come back to meet him, and he was drunk and decided he didn't want to be friends with me, and he unfriended me and blocked me. And then he, a bunch of our mutual friends were still friends with him, and then he just started saying all this really bad stuff about me on Facebook, and I'm like,
Cleo, there's entirely too much partying going on here. This is stemming from.
Well, that's why I don't drink anymore. This
Yeah, there
was
we
about
go.
8 years ago. Yeah.
And someone has just texted in, "Hey, happy hour girl, do you see a pattern?"
I think that's kind of what happens.
I do, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
I don't imbibe any longer.
Good. There we go.
My stepmom once gave me cocktail napkins to let friends Facebook drunk.
There we go.
That's a really good
There we go.
mantra to follow.
Yeah.
But anyway, it was kind of funny.
That's great hearing from you, Cleo. Is that your
All
real
right.
name, by the way?
Cleo?
Yeah.
It's like my alter ego. It is
Okay.
not my
All right.
real
Okay.
name.
Ooh,
Nice.
she has an alter ego. She's the happy hour girl with an alter ego.
Nice hearing from you. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Bye.
Thank you. Let's go to anonymous caller here.
Spelled it
hi,
out that
thanks
time.
for letting me listen.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I had to block the community outreach person where I work because they're just unrelenting. They send tons and tons of messages about different charities that.
Well, if you'd be willing to help, but no.
And I do donate, about once a month, honestly. And I don't make great money. I make okay, but seriously, it's
Yeah.
honestly about twice a week I get, "Oh, donate part of your paycheck to this." And the worst part is that pretty much everyone where I work will just reply all to these, and it'll just it'll fill up my email with hundreds of messages.
Please, people, don't.
That's a separate issue.
That's the reply
That's a
all
thing that must go.
Oh, my God. Yeah.
That's
Well,
all.
thank you.
All right, thanks.
Yeah.
Let's see. Our friend Paulette from New York. She's on television.
Yeah.
So she has to block people. She says, "I have to block the crazies. I did have some guy send me pictures of him in pantyhose.
I'm sorry, Paulette.
He was nude."
Well, I'm sorry. We had a great time when you were in town, and I just thought you'd like to see a little more.
So there you go.
I won't do it again. Would you unblock me, please?
All right, too late. Too late.
John Smith has a big wingding, and he knows how to use it.
Shut the front door.
It's a 1 hour nonstop music wingding right after Radio from Hell at 10 on X96.
The views expressed on X96's Radio from Hell show do not necessarily reflect the opinions of Broadway Media, its management, owners, or advertisers.
This program is intended for mature audiences. Parental discretion is advised.
This is Radio from Hell on X96, KXRK-FM, and HD1, Provo, Ogden, Salt Lake City, 96.3 FM, and streaming on X96.com and our free app. Utah's original alternative for more than 2 decades. 96.3 FM, X96.
Stupid.
On this day?
On this day.
Yeah.
In 1980, that song was released as a single.
Ashes to Ashes?
From the album Scary Monsters and Super Creeps.
So, do you know anything about the song? I mean, why it...
It is a sequel to Space Oddity.
Right.
Well, that's referenced often
Major Tom,
in
yes.
there.
He decided he would just do that. The album was written, the songs were written when Bowie was performing as the Elephant Man on Broadway.
Oh.
That's the Scary Monsters reference.
Okay.
I remember that album well because it was it just started high school, I think, or just the end of junior high. And I was at the Record Bar in the University Mall.
The Record Bar.
I remember seeing that video and just being, oh, I got to get that album. I'm going to get the album. And I went to the Record Bar in the University Mall and I got the album. And there was this kid in high school that I really looked up to, Lane Herbert.
Oh,
Everybody
looked up to Lane. Everybody looked up to Lane.
I bet they're not looking up to Lane anymore.
I still look up to Lane. And he was there at the Record Bar, just coincidence. And he saw that I was buying David Bowie, and he went, excellent.
You scored points.
I scored points.
Excellent. What's Lane doing these days?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Well,
you should look him up and look up to him.
Actually, would you like to know what Lane is doing these days?
Well, yeah, kind of.
Is he your Facebook friend?
Here, let me show you. Let me let you hear what he is doing these days.
You just have this available?
I do. Just a sec.
I know what it is. He does bird calls, doesn't he?
The views expressed on X96's Radio
Lane.
from Hell show do not necessarily reflect the opinions of Broadway media.
That's Lane.
Nice.
This is the part of the show where we tell
Yes.
we're not.
It's not really part of the show.
No, it's really not. Because the show doesn't officially begin until after the first commercial break. I'm not sure why or how that happened, but it.
You were gone the day it was discussed.
So, okay, I said, I came back in and went, okay, that's what you think will work. I am so tired of listening to pundits on the radio talking, or the TV, talking about this North Korean thing and saying, at the end of the day, what needs to happen? At the end of the day, here's what I think will happen. At the end of the day, they really should be saying, at the end of time, at the end of time, at the end of time. I love our little enemies in North Korea there, who when Donald Trump said, I'm going to rain fire and fury on you,
like
they
the world
said,
has never seen.
They said, oh yeah? Well, you know what? We're going to launch a missile at Guam by the end of the month anyway. Our generals are getting it all ready. That's what we're going to do. So, what do you say to that, Mr. Man?
Now what they're saying is, we're going to launch them just close to Guam.
Close to Guam. They've
done
hedged
that.
a little.
They hedged a little, but it's
Close
still
to Guam.
It's just enough that they look like, well, we're not launching a missile at Guam.
Okay, we won't do that. We'll put up a big picture of Guam and show it to the missiles.
I'm glad this isn't the show yet, because this would be depressing.
Okay.
No, it's just horrible.
Right.
You know what?
I'm glad we're getting it out.
No, wait a minute. Hang on. Just let's not say that it's horrible. Let's say that it is so far beyond the pale that it is funny. I mean, it's funny.
No, it's not.
It's hilarious.
No.
It's absolutely hilarious. It's two little boys on the playground.
Yeah, if they're
and
only
it's
hurting
hilarious.
themselves, it's hilarious. They're
Listen, when Lane Herbert and Johnny Johnson got in a fight on the playground, it hurt me. All right. I guess we'll
start the show coming up.
Call and check in and, whatever. 877-602-9696 for Snowbird activity passes.
Gina, this is our least popular feature. You need to give it more love. Call in and whatever. It's check-ins, 877-602-9696. Right now, the least popular thing we do on the radio, soon to be the most popular thing we do on the radio.
We'll see.
With our love and support. Call and check in now.
Let's see. Let's get the show over with because we need to go home and get back in our Mattress Firm mattresses.
Well, at the end of the day.
At the end of the day, that's what you do, is you go to bed.
At the end of time.
Yes.
I bet you haven't gotten a new mattress in a long time. I bet you can't even remember when you got a new mattress. If you really want to know, you can look at the tag that's on there. It'll tell you when it was manufactured. But I bet it's been 8 to 10 years.
So the Mattress Firm stores are, and there are a lot of them around, they're having their Cool Sleep Sale, and you can get the latest in cooling mattress technology, like the Serta iComfort Temp Touch or the Beauty Rest Black Memory Foam with black ice. Now, they got a new shipment of those Yeti coolers and tumblers in on Monday. There may be some left, so you could get a free Yeti with select purchase at Mattress Firm. Check out the daily deals. Also, they have over 15 queen mattresses under $699.99. So there's something there for everyone at Mattress Firm. All you have to do to take part in this wonderful sale is go to mattressfirm.com.
X96 and Larry H. Miller Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Sandy want to send you to Las Vegas to see
I made a big mistake. Well, I didn't. It had to be done at some point. I haven't gotten on the scale, weighed myself, that is, since. So I had some back surgery to relieve some pressure on, excuse me, on the nerves in my back, and that has made it difficult for me to. Well, it's made it impossible for me to do any exercise. And I exercise a lot, usually.
Uh-huh.
And then I went on vacation.
Well, sure.
And
you don't ever weigh yourself after vacation.
And you always put on a little weight on vacation.
Mm-hmm.
So a lack of exercise for a month, and then going on vacation for however many days to Hawaii, which involved a lot of
pineapple, drinking.
A lot of
empty calories.
Empty calories. Thank you. That. Would you please? Damn it, Gina. Could you start with the euphemisms? Would you not zero right in on the problem? Start with the euphemisms. I say, oh, is Ann Flo here? I don't say what, John the Rag. You having a period?
Trying to be funny.
Start with the euphemisms, please.
Before the reality?
Yeah, don't let the reality just don't smack me in the face with it, please. So 10 pounds since the last time I weighed myself.
So in a month you've gained 10.
I think I'd have to look and see when that surgery was.
You don't look like you've gained 10 pounds.
Oh, I sure feel like it. And I don't? Really? No?
You look fine.
I think you always say that though. Because I don't know, why does she always say that? Because I don't think it's true.
I'm sorry, I was chasing down things that we have to take care of here. I'm, trying to fix the show. That's all.
She always says you look fine. I think it's you say that either because you don't really look at me or at people, because I look at you. And I wouldn't say that about you.
I didn't ask your opinion on how I look or how much weight I gained on my vacation.
I didn't ask yours either. You just offered it. I didn't ask your opinion.
Okay, I won't say you look fine. I start out saying something nice when I get in trouble for that.
I don't think I look. I think you can tell I've put on 10 pounds. Can't you, Carrie?
Gina, watch and learn. Really?
Can you tell that I put on 10 pounds?
You hide it well.
But you can tell, can't you?
No.
You can't?
No. I also don't look at you very closely.
I believe that.
It's true. I don't look at anybody very closely.
I know.
I keep my head down, I do my job, I get out.
I look at people too closely.
Yeah, would you quit looking at me so closely?
I'm sorry, how's your eye?
It's better.
Is it really?
It doesn't.
That's what you said. That's what you said when it wasn't.
But now it's just crusty, not puffy.
What did your husband
Now
say
I'm
now that he's seen you? Did he, when he got home and looked at it, did he go, "My God, why didn't you go to the doctor"?
No, he's still saying it's fine, so it's fine. It's scabby.
I think that if you had FaceTimed him,
Yeah.
he would have looked at it and went, "Oh God,
Yeah.
Boots,
No,
get
he
in
was,
there."
He was with me all weekend, and it was fine.
But so again, he doesn't look at you very closely. He just keeps his head down and does his job when he's with you.
Which I'm
you know-
glad that he doesn't notice I've gained weight.
No,
so
he just
that's-
keeps his head down and does his job.
Carrie, Bill, and Gina on Twitter at Radio From Hell.
All right, 6:20 right now.
So if we officially begin the program now, then right after that, we'll take your calls, check-ins to see what you're doing today, how your day, what you've got planned out, and that'll kind of let us know how hard we need to work.
877-602-9696.
Sponsored by?
Well, we'll say Snowbird, since we're giving away Snowbird activity passes, and we're headed up there tonight to do our show there tomorrow morning at the Forklift Lodge.
All right. The moon is, it's a waning gibbous moon, 92.1% of full. We'll have our next full moon on September 6th. But as for today, the moon will set at 9:27 a.m. And today is, of course, Thursday. It's the 10th day of August in the year of our Lord 2017. It's Lazy Day. It's National Smile Week and National S'mores Day.
I have alerted Dylan that he has started this thing and he needs to finish it, which is make sure there are s'mores in here at some point.
All right. You're listening to North America's most lethargic morning show, Radio From Hell, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, and Gina Barberi. The senior executive producer of the show, Richard Stedman. Nick's your buddy, Nick's your pal is here helping out, and Dylan Allred is producing video for the show, which you can see at x96.com/live. Coming up on the program, I'll alert you to one thing. Sean Means is going to be here reviewing movies, and I'm very excited. the Nut Job 2, Nutty by Nature.
Oh, good.
Is
That's
coming
the
out.
one thing you're going to let
there
people know.
There were so many questions left unanswered in the
I know.
first one that
I know.
it's necessary.
It's been driving you crazy, hasn't it?
Absolutely nutty, Gina.
Yeah, so it's it really. It's
You're
just,
getting
I feel
slow
the
applause in the other room.
I
Terry.
feel the same way. I feel the same way.
All right.
So he'll be here about 7:45 to 8. If you can't quite make it then, it'll probably be 8 o'clock before he gets to the Nut Job 2.
My guess is, 8:10 probably.
Yeah. All right.
Let's see. Peterbilt Brian checking in. Have an excellent day.
Well, thank you.
Ben checking in. I feel like I need a nickname.
Well, Ben, we need to know more about you before we can give you a nickname.
So call in.
Yeah.
Josh the plumber checking in, building the Weber Valley Youth Multi-Service Facility, a.k.a. Juvie. Try hard for me today. I'm so tired I tried to put deodorant on my toothpaste.
Oh, I'm the same way.
Classic Genesee checking in here on my way to work at Lowe's, just wondering if the other Genesee spells her name the same.
I think the other Genesee spells it with a J.
Yes.
Yes.
Let's see, Tim the Tree Guy checking in, and let's go to, this is, hang on, Addie?
Addie.
Hi.
Addie, how are you?
I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm really tired today. I was out late. But what are you, Addie, what are you doing? Is Addie a nickname or is it short for something?
Yeah. It's the middle of Gladys because I got tired of everybody calling me Happy Tails, Smiling Moon, Gladys.
You were a Gladys. You're a Gladys.
We've been trying to find a Gladys.
I'm a Gladys. Yes,
you-
I am a Gladys.
Did you hear me talking, I think it was last week, about Gladys?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
And I thought, that my schizophrenia had finally taken over and you were talking just to me.
Well, Addie, nice to hear from you. What are you doing for your life today?
I work at Focus Services for a third-party call center, and so I'm going to be tethered to a headset from 6 until 3:30.
All right. Well, stay focused.
I will stay focused. Thank you, and
All
I
right.
will always be closing.
All right. And, Addie could also be short for Adderall, which helps you stay focused.
Sure.
All right. Thanks, Addie.
That would be awesome.
Thanks, Addie.
Okay, 877-602-9696 if you want to check in. Let's see, Shin checking in. Steph came to work early so that I can leave early.
Dave, the probation officer checking in, have a full day at work and driving to Oregon through the night. Please try a little.
Let's see, Dave the probation, on my way to fix the Vivint Smart Home Arena.
Get on that.
Is it broken? I hadn't noticed.
The whole thing.
I was just by there today.
Rob is checking in.
Rob, what's up?
It's a glorious day.
It is?
It is a very glorious day. I have a new chicken coop automatic solar-powered door.
Oh, it's chicken Rob. Okay.
Solar-powered door to your chicken coop.
Chicken Rob, tell us how does a solar-powered, what is it, why is it solar-powered? What?
It solar powers the battery. The battery runs a crank, and so every morning when the sun comes up or the night goes down, it releases the power. So the door opens up for the chickens. It rolls up on a spool, and then at night it loses power and it drops right down.
So can you sleep in? Is that the deal?
Yeah.
Rob, you are going to lose that human contact with your chickens that make them so special, that make them lay the best eggs in the valley. It's your
actually that's their diet, but
No, Rob,
it's okay, Bill. I'm happy. We got the state county fair coming up next Friday. So
Yes.
we'll show off one of our hens. That will be nice.
Showing off what? Does she have a name?
Oh, that's Pew Pew.
That's right.
The Bantam. So.
No, Rob, that's the wrong. You should have named your hen. You know what you should have named your hen. Henrietta.
No.
Henrietta.
Well, there's a whole bunch coming in the future. I'm sure there'll be more. So
All right.
I like Pew Pew. I think that's a perfect
Pew's
name
good.
for a hen.
All right. Thank you, Chicken
All right,
Rob.
guys, bye-bye.
The
Bye-bye.
only name for a hen is Henrietta.
Dylan, somebody says there's limited time only s'more donuts at Dunkin' Donuts.
S'more donuts.
I'm
That's
just
not a
throwing it out.
s'more.
I'm
That's
just saying,
not a s'more.
I'm just saying if we can't get an actual s'more in here.
Well, we
I
can't
might-
get an actual s'more because we don't have a campfire.
I mean, there's-
really, I mean.
Listen, you'll get what you'll get.
Uh-oh.
I don't like the pressure. I'm working on it.
Okay.
All right, and that microphone, is
microphone
officially
is
dead. So,
Officially dead.
Here's what we're going to do.
so yeah, someone,
Unplug it.
yeah, destroy that. Let's see. Good morning, Lord and Lady. Thank you for letting me listen. It's Emilio from Netflix, but Richie wanted to give me a new nickname. What do you guys think? On Demand Emilio?
How about Henrietta?
How about buffering?
Streaming Emilio? No, Emilio is fine. You're fine with
Emilio's a good
Emilio,
name,
all right? Let's see. Someone who is on their way to their jury trial.
Now, are you on the jury or you're the defendant?
Just says, on my way to my jury trial. That's
Sounds
all
to
it
me
says.
as though it's a defendant or a lawyer who's
We need
arguing
more.
a case.
This is why you call in to 877-602-9696.
Or if you text, you give a complete thought.
Yeah, call in so we can cross-examine you.
Exactly. Shad the nurse checking in. I just need you to try long enough to get me home as I'm driving home.
Okay.
Corbin the Scottish bookbinder checking in.
Okay.
No, only binds Scottish books.
And Chris the stucco man.
Good. There we
Checking
go.
in.
Stucco Chris.
It should be Stucco Chris,
Yeah.
really, but anyway. Cupcake is now checking.
Hello, Cupcake.
Hello, lords and lady.
Good morning.
I'm actually late for work today, so I was able to call in.
Where are you going to work?
I am actually going to work in Draper, AVG.
All right. Well, now, why have you given yourself the name, or did you give yourself the name, Cupcake?
I actually did not give it to myself. My daughter gave it to me. She was in the hospital, and I had to leave to go home and get washed up and whatever. And when I came back, she sniffed me and told me I smelled just like a cupcake, and it's stuck ever since.
Oh, that's cute.
Well, that's sweet. And is your daughter okay?
Yeah, she's doing great now. She was about 2 years old when that happened. She's 10, and she's healthy now, and everything's good.
Oh, good.
Well, have a lovely day.
You as well. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see. Travis the Pieman checking in. Today's pie fact. Boston cream pies are called pies because they were baked in pie tins due to a shortage of cake tins in the mid-1850s.
I've asked that question of Travis,
No,
and
wait.
he's finally found it.
There's a shortage of cake tins, but there were pie tins. Isn't that just a differently shaped tin?
No,
Why would
no, it's not. It's a different. Again, Gina, you know nothing about real food, the production of food, or baking. You don't know anything about it.
how are pie tins and cake tins different?
Well, you'll just Google it.
Travis?
Just Google a picture of a pie tin.
Yeah, they're just
and then
shaped different.
Yeah.
They're shaped different.
Okay, just
That's one thing.
all right. Seizure Monica is checking in.
I think we end on seizure, Monica.
Well, we got one more phone call. It's John is checking in. John,
Hi.
Hi.
Listen.
Oh, your
John,
phone's bad, John.
John, you're out there at Eagle Mountain, I'm guessing, and the reception is terrible.
We can't hear you.
Can't hear
We
you.
should have ended on seizure, Monica.
Sorry.
Well,
all right. How about Compliance Kendra checking in?
Can we have a rule that Gina cannot comment, cannot make pronouncements about food and how it's produced?
No, we can't.
It's just it just aggravates the hell. Well, how are they different? They're no
They're
different
just
between.
shaped differently.
Yes!
So why would there be a shortage of one shape?
Because they baked too many damn pies. They had none left.
Emergency crews are arriving on the scene to assist a jackknife semi on southbound 15 at the S curve before Center Street in Provo.
The S curve.
Yeah, people know where that is. There are delays for train commuters this morning. Northbound trains from Draper to Ogden are approximately 10 to 15 minutes delayed. Doesn't say why, but you need to make allowances for that. And if you see anything, you can let us know. Text it to us, 33986. Get unlimited 1.5% cash back plus a $100 bonus with Power Cashback Credit Card from Security Service Federal Credit Union. Go to ssfcu.org.
Now we've got news coming up and geek news on the radio as well. Big story in the news. Well, bees are bouncing back.
That's good.
And Harvard honors for Jason Chaffetz.
All right. Coming up, ranlife.com.
Do we still have popcorn in the building?
Yeah. Why?
Because we should get rid of it all.
This might be the evidence that we have some. I'm eating it. God, you're a genius. You should be a detective.
Everybody knows you're eating it. Can we get rid of all the popcorn in the building so Bill doesn't eat it on the air anymore?
I'm attempting to get rid of it right now. I'm eating it.
But the fact that you have a small bowl of it tells me there's a bigger bag of it on your desk, and we'll be enjoying this
There
for
are
weeks to
3
come.
big bags of it on my desk.
Mm-hmm. You know,
and don't worry yourself about it. It's fine.
If you would hurry and eat it, then he wouldn't be able to.
So I need to take care of it.
You need to take some initiative.
She won't touch any of it.
I will.
No, this is Thai curry coconut. She
Yeah,
won't
no,
touch
I
it.
won't eat that one.
And then there's white cheddar pepper.
No, I
she
won't.
won't touch that.
Nope.
And then there's seaweed.
No,
she won't touch that either.
I like the rosemary truffle one.
It's gone.
Yeah, it was the first to go.
Because it's the best.
Because it's the best.
No, it's the only one you'll eat. Does not mean it's the best.
If it's gone, it's the best.
The Thai curry coconut is the best.
Is that what you have
It's good
there?
too.
Yeah.
So weeks and weeks we'll be enjoying.
No, I'm taking it home today.
Okay, good.
Don't worry about it. I'll take it home.
Okay, good.
And, you don't have to call attention to it.
No, I don't, because everybody can tell.
No,
And that's really why he wanted to get off the phone. He has a phobia about hearing people eating.
Oh, they couldn't tell.
They could.
No,
Yes,
they can't
yes, they
tell.
can.
You cannot tell. But I'm eating popcorn on the air right now.
No.
There's no way you can tell. I'm a professional and I know how to do it. I am a professional radio personality who knows.
I was going to say,
Now,
half,
if it was TV.
half of that sentence is true.
If it was TV, you could tell because you'd see me doing
You
it.
think Dan Rascone has stories of news anchors eating?
I bet he doesn't.
Listen, I've seen Dan Rascone pick his teeth while doing a news story.
On a live shot?
Yeah. Standing there with a toothpick going, well, tonight's news.
Atropos tweets, I hope that someday I can win a prize and have Bill ask me questions with a mouthful of popcorn.
Listen, these are our friends. You eat popcorn with friends. These are all our friends.
It just is going to make people hungry. That's what it does.
I am hungry now, actually. Talking about all
the
this.
popcorn, there's
Thai curry.
on his desk.
Thai curry coconut.
Radio from Hell, your source for the most incomplete sports and weather with Gina Barberi. Weekday mornings from 6 to 10 a.m. on X96.
All right, 6:37. Big Boy News and Opinioendo now, brought to you by
Snowbird season passes are on sale now and offer the most benefits of any pass in Utah. Experience the longest season and 2,500 acres of legendary terrain this winter. Learn more at snowbird.com.
Well, I told you, good news. Bees are bouncing back from colony collapse disorder. The alarming death of bees has over the last several years, has had an impact on people because bees are very useful in pollinating crops.
We need the bees.
The number of commercial U.S. honeybee colonies rose 3% as of April 2017. Compared with a year earlier, the Agriculture Department reported the number of hives lost to colony collapse disorder has raised concerns among farmers and scientists for 10 years now. But they are making somewhat of a comeback, although beekeepers are still saying it's rough. It's very rough. We'll lose whole colonies of bees all the time.
I saw a beekeeper friend of the program, Dr. Mike, yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
And he said, "Oh, if I knew you were coming today, I would have brought honey." He gets honey.
Yes,
and
it's his Oso brand honey. It's very good, too. And one other thing about bees, every morning this week, it's very strange. When I walk out of my back door in the dark, a big bumblebee starts buzzing around my head for a second, and it's done it every morning. Now I have these.
He's trying to tell you something.
Follow me, please. I have these carpenter bees that live in the wood on the back porch, and I think it's one of those. But I haven't seen them in the daytime. But every morning,
he's trying to tell you something.
This bee has buzzed around my head. I think he's being friendly. Okay, Gina, a couple of really quick stories for you.
Okay.
California man filed a lawsuit against Heineken beer in Kroger supermarkets because he opened up a can of Heineken.
Oh.
And it was full of dead geckos.
He's making it up.
George Toba said he got violently ill and suffered from extreme anxiety and post-traumatic stress disorder from the beer that he purchased and drank on August 7th. So you know George, do you? Gina?
He's a
George, familiar with
known
him?
liar.
Familiar with him?
Mm-hmm.
The plaintiff consumed the Heineken beer and noted that the beer had a foul taste, his lawyer wrote.
It's Heineken. That's why it has a foul taste.
Gina.
Oh, really?
It's a skunky beer.
No, not necessarily.
Yes, it is. Google skunky beer and Heineken will be I'm doing it right now.
It is not. Again, do not comment on foodstuffs. You don't know why. When you drink Heineken out of the can, it's never skunky. In the bottles, it's skunky because they put it in the sun, and that's what does that. But his daughter made the disgusting find in the can of Heineken, he claims. And also this for you, Gina.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not even going to read food stories anymore. A Florida man discovered a large boa constrictor living in his attic, and it apparently had been living there for years because for years his wife and son had been complaining about noises in the attic. Bob Vander Herken said that his son became suspicious over the past few months and wanted to investigate the noises in the attic. I thought it was just rats.
I can deal with rats.
Yeah, that's okay. But his son didn't agree, and he told his father he thought it might be a snake.
What would make him think it's a snake?
Well,
they live in Florida.
I heard it slithering.
When Vander Herken went to investigate, he found the boa constrictor over 6 feet long, hiding in the insulation. Took about 3.5 minutes for that snake to move into that rafter space. It was bigger than I expected. A snake trapper said the boa may have been in the home for anywhere from 2 to 4 years because there was a snakeskin shed in the attic. It had shed its skin along up
and it was probably living on the rats that they originally thought were.
Exactly.
There ain't no rats.
He was kind of probably doing them a favor, really.
So former Utah Representative Jason Chaffetz will serve a fellowship at the Institute of Politics at Harvard's Kennedy School this fall, where he will examine challenges to privacy and evolving technology, the school announced on Wednesday.
What, is he spending more time with his family?
Yeah,
in
I thought he
Utah
was spending more time with his family.
You know, you guys are so damn gullible. Don't you realize that was all BS?
Really?
He quit Congress so that he could make money at Fox and do this.
Why didn't he just finish out his term and then do that? That would have been the honorable thing to do.
Well, because he's not on. Again, are you just...
He needs to do it now while he's young and good looking.
Too late for that.
Yeah.
Chaffetz, who stepped down from the U.S. House seat in June, will join a class of political leaders who will work with Harvard students as part of the program's focus on boosting interactions between the academic and political worlds. Other fellows include former Interior Secretary Sally Jewell, the Washington Post's Dan Balls, and Karen Finney, a former senior advisor to Hillary Clinton's presidential campaign. Jason Chaffetz has been a legislative pioneer in bringing complex issues such as the impact of emerging technologies on all aspects of our lives to the table for examination and discussion, said the Institute of Politics acting director. I have never been so disappointed in Harvard in my life.
Yep.
Now, North Korea says, in response to Donald Trump saying that if North Korea, if they don't settle down, we're going to bring down fire and fury on them.
They said, "Oh, we're sorry. We won't do anything else. We're
again,
very
Gina,
scared of you."
Gina, again, you are gullible. No, that's not what they said. North Korea said that they are drawing up plans to launch 4 intermediate-range ballistic missiles into the waters near Guam in the Western Pacific to teach President Trump a lesson after the president warned of fire and fury against the North if it persisted in threatening the United States. If the North were to follow through on that threat to launch an enveloping strike, as they put it, in the vicinity of Guam, it would be the first time that a North Korean missile had landed so close to an American territory. In addition to serving as a warning to the United States, North Korea said this proposed missile firing would also be a challenge to Japan.
Yeah.
We'll take you on too, okay? Some of the North Korean missiles launched in recent months have fallen in waters near Japan, but none of them have actually flown over the country. The North has said it launched its previous test missiles at highly lofted angles so that they wouldn't fly over Japan. But they said, we'll change that. We'll fly them right over you. It's really ridiculous.
It's bad.
Well, let's just bomb them, and that will fix everything.
No, it won't.
No, that's we're being
I know.
weak
That's
by
what
not
that's what
bombing
they're
them.
talking
So
about.
let's bomb
But
them, and
the second you do that, they flip the switch and open fire on Seoul and Japan. They're just going to do that.
Yeah.
Because they figure if we're going down, we're taking you all with us.
I don't, and I don't think that's going to happen. It's just not. It won't happen.
Bill said that, not me.
It is. It's.
Just remember.
So you're predicting Armageddon. You're predicting a rain of fire and nuclear waste.
Why do you think I'm in such a horrible mood?
It's not going to happen.
Okay.
Gina, it's National S'mores Day.
You'd think that would make me happier.
I'm just going to say that.
This is the state I'm in.
Throughout the day. I'm just going to say that throughout the day. Sports, weather, traffic.
Yeah. Let's see. So the NBA is changing their scheduling rules. So here's what happens.
All right.
And this happens in little old Salt Lake City a lot.
Salt Lake City's a perfectly fine city, Gina.
I agree. But a lot of the big NBA stars, I'm sick. I'm very tired. I can't play. I know I'm supposed to play in that game in Salt Lake City.
Yeah.
They stay home. And they say they're resting because, we just had a game, but we've got that really big game in a couple of days. And so the problem is people buy tickets to these games at the beginning of the season.
Yeah.
Oh, look, the Cleveland Cavaliers are coming. Oh, I want to go to that game. Oh, I want to go. And you buy your tickets thinking you're going to see LeBron James or you're going to see
these big stars.
And it happens a lot. So
Right.
the NBA is changing their rules about when you can rest players and how much time between games so they can't use the excuse of, you're the... So hopefully that will keep the big stars from skipping places
won't.
like Oklahoma City and Utah.
It won't, because who's going to tell LeBron James he's not sick? Who's going to tell him that?
Well, they're trying to make it harder to do. Weather, we've got some spotty sprinkles again today. Thunderstorms in some places.
It was raining in Utah County this morning.
91 for a high today. Traffic, we've got jackknife semi southbound I-15 in the S-curve before Center Street in Provo. Heard from a couple of friends of the program who sent in a text that they are dealing with that, but said there's just some slight slowage in the area. Devin says, going with the flow today in Ogden. So I guess no problems traffic-wise in Ogden so far. Trains, you might see 10 to 15-minute delays coming northbound from Draper to Ogden. I don't know why. It just says they're running a little slow. And let me check one more place quickly while I have you here. Trains northbound from North Temple, currently under 10 minutes delayed, so it looks like that delay is getting a little better. That's traffic.
All right, thank you very much. Is this a sponsor, Gina?
Yes, of course. Cabin Fever. Action figures, playing cards, puzzles, gift books, Cabin Fever. Oh, there's so much more than a card store. 5th South, 7th East in Trolley Square.
All right. Geek news on the radio.
Yes.
There's a brand new episode of GeekShowPodcast.com available now. And I got some Star Wars news for you coming up at the end. But first, Chris Pratt.
Chris
Pratt.
Crisp Rat.
I'm trying not to say Chris Pratt.
Chris Pratt.
Chris Pratt.
Okay.
Okay. Right. His next project?
Mm-hmm.
Finding a new girlfriend?
So is it a movie with Jennifer Lawrence?
It is a movie that he has been wanting to make for a while. They finally got it figured out.
A passion project?
Passion project from Chris Pratt.
I'm going to give you one more guess. Is it a Christian-themed movie?
No.
Oh, okay.
It is an Image comic book graphic novel called Cowboy Ninja Viking.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to star in.
You know this?
It is
comic book or a graphic novel?
It's a guy, he's an assassin who manifests the toughest skills of 3 different personas. He has 3 personalities.
I gotcha.
Cowboy Ninja Viking.
Yeah.
It will be a failure.
That sounds terrible.
It doesn't sound good. I mean, it's...
I just a little prediction. I mean, they've got a lot of faith in it because it's Chris Pratt. They're throwing it in June 28th, 2019, right in that 4th of July corridor. You know, they've got...
I don't feel good about it.
I don't feel good about it. The new Hellboy movie is slowly taking shape. It's called Hellboy and the Rise of the Blood Queen. And they have cast the Blood Queen. Mila Jovovich will be starring in that as the Blood Queen. In the comics, the Queen of Blood is Nimue, a centuries-old witch who lived and practiced magic during Arthurian times.
What's her name? The character.
Nimue.
Nimue.
Nimue. Okay. All right. So there you go. Mila Jovovich in the Hellboy movie. Let's see. Oh, Gina, Gerard Way.
My Chemical Romance.
Yes.
I used to live on Gerard Way.
Did you know that Gerard Way has a comic book?
Like he makes a comic book?
He wrote.
No.
It's called Umbrella Academy. Umbrella Academy.
Okay.
And it's very popular.
Really?
Yeah, and it's doing quite well.
I did not know that.
And Netflix has decided to do it as a TV series. 10 episodes straight to series order for Umbrella Academy.
Huh.
It's an Eisner Award-winning comic.
I had no idea.
The TV series will follow the members of a dysfunctional family of superheroes, the Umbrella Academy, the Monocle.
That sounds like a bad guy.
No, these are all good guys.
Oh.
Space Boy, the Kraken, the Rumor, the Seance, Number 5, the Horror, and the White Violin.
Okay.
So...
Some of those sound really dumb.
Carrie, if we ever interview Gerard, you'll have something to talk to him about.
Well, write that down. The Dark Tower.
Didn't do well.
Disappointed. Jimmy said that it's not great, but it's not as bad as everyone says. But they still have faith in it, and they're going forward with the TV series.
Is this a Ron Howard project?
Ron Howard is a producer on this.
Yeah.
But they have hired a showrunner for the TV series, and it's The Walking Dead's Glenn Mazzara is going to run the series.
Okay.
So we don't know much more other than that. I'm really honestly surprised that they're going forward with it. But there you go.
I think they probably just convinced them, look, I know the movie didn't do as well as it should, but we'll make a great TV show, really.
We'll have more time to flush some of this out.
All right, a couple of Star Wars items here for you. First of all, Star Wars fans were shocked but delighted to learn over this past weekend that Princess Leia has a PhD.
It's
Dr. Leia?
Dr. Princess
Dr.
Leia.
Princess Leia. What's more, she got it when she was only 19 years old.
Where does that appear? Where does that appear in anything?
The revelation was pointed out by Twitter user Becca Harrison, a University of Glasgow professor who also holds a doctorate degree and discovers the news in the book Superwomen, Gender, Power, and Representation by Carolyn Coca. According to Coca, George Lucas said in a 2004 commentary for A New Hope that Leia obtained her doctorate, among other accolades, while Luke was a naive farm boy. She's like a very sophisticated urbanized ruler, a senator, so she's a politician. She's accomplished, graduated, got her PhD at 19, and she rules people. This is according to Lucas on the commentary and in Coca's book.
You know, he revealed one other thing, and she wrote about it. Her favorite dessert was Boston cream pie.
Really?
Yeah.
Why aren't they making a bigger deal out of that?
Because they...
Oh, the doctorate is bigger than that.
Well, I mean, to be honest, if Lucas said this back in 2004, they could have made a big deal about it, but they didn't, and they should have.
Mm-hmm.
Oh well.
Dr. Princess Leia.
And finally, I like that, Dr. Princess Leia.
Yeah, and you know, and then Han Solo could be saying, "Hey, listen, I got a pain right here. Could you look at this?" Not that kind of a doctor.
Speaking of Han Solo, his friend Lando Calrissian.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Donald Glover is playing
which I'm excited about.
young Lando in the new Han Solo movie.
That's right.
He had a lunch with Billy D. Williams.
I want to see pictures.
We had some malt liquor.
It was a lunch where he was in disguise. Donald Glover was in disguise for some reason. You're sitting with Billy D. Williams. I think you're going to get noticed. 3 months after being cast as Lando, he wanted to talk to Billy D. Williams about the character.
What's your motivation as Lando?
Just to be smooth.
He said he was very nervous, and he went on to Billy D. Williams about the ideas that he had for the character. And he said, I was like, I've always felt that this character could do this, that he represents this, and I kind of feel like he comes from here. And it's very obvious that he has a lot of taste. So maybe he grew up seeing that from afar, because I'm like that. Maybe he saw it from other planets and was like, I want that. I want to be wealthy. He just let me ramble on and on. And then finally, I was like, so what do you think? And he said,
I know what's coming.
Yeah, I don't know about all that. Just be charming.
Yeah. You slap a little cologne, slap on a little cologne, and smile.
That tells me that there's not much to Billy D, is what that tells me.
I've interviewed him. There's not much to Billy D.
There doesn't have to be anything other than
No,
that.
not when you're that good looking and charming.
That's right.
All you got to be is charming.
Oh, let's see. Jackknife Semi, southbound 15, S-curve before Center Street in Provo is the major issue we're dealing with this morning. There was some slow start to northbound trains heading up into Ogden, but it looks like they're bridging that gap, so it's less than 10 minutes slowage for those. I'm going to check our message stream quickly. Somebody says traffic northbound 15 at 33rd South is crawling. UHP has an RV pulled over at the exit 650 North in Clearfield, causing rubbernecking in that area. That's all coming from friends of the program at 33986.
There was a patrolman who checked in earlier who said that they're out today.
Oh.
And use your blinkers.
Okay.
Was one of the things
Thanks
he
for
was
the
talking
heads
about.
up.
All right, we got coming up, Beat Gina. It's the game everybody wants to play. If you would like to be a contestant, call 877-602-9696. Let's see, the trivia question for Beat Gina today, I don't know why, is squirrel and crime trivia.
Carrie
now,
will explain.
I don't know if it's squirrels who have committed crimes or it's squirrely crimes.
It's either crime trivia or squirrel trivia.
Either or, okay.
Now, you could win tickets to see Rob Lowe at Live at the Eccles, but what could I win?
Yeah, you have to provide a prize. The best prize of the calls we get, Gina will select, and that's who she decides plays against her in Beat Gina coming up.
All right, 877-602-9696 is the phone number to play Beat Gina. Here we go.
X96 is your home for non-stop music. We give you a 1-hour non-stop music wingding 3 times a day.
This is very unorthodox.
At 10 a.m., right after Radio from Hell, at 1 p.m. while you're listening in the workplace, and at 4:30 for your drive home.
What's all this mean? Can't you say it in English?
1-hour non-stop music wingdings 3 times a day at 10, 1, and 4:30. Only on X96.
311.
The good news is that I've learned that if you combine the mangosteen fruit with certain alcohols, it will cure cancer. And I've got the margarita recipe here, the cancer-curing margarita recipe right here. 1 shot of tequila, 2 shots of Zango, and 3/4 shot of triple sec, all right?
It's a martini.
That'll cure your cancer.
That will cure cancer. I am cancer-free for 15 years.
And there's your proof.
So there you go. What more proof do you need?
So apparently they really put this in there in the company literature.
Oh, hell yeah.
You see that?
You can't do that.
No. What you do is you infer it.
Mm-hmm.
Say, oh,
you get your distributors to talk about it.
You don't put it in your literature.
Look, all I can say to Zango is, why aren't I your spokesman? I'm cancer-free for 15 years. I found that it's the mixing with alcohol that makes it work. Why don't they call
reaction?
me? This is $1 million company. This is my ticket to a big pay.
And they're local here. They should know who you are.
They should know who I am, right? I could give them a whole list of recipes, drink recipes, martinis, margaritas, daiquiris that will, cure cancer and depression.
You're awfully happy now that you do.
I'm happy and cancer-free.
Everybody knows that Zango won't cure cancer. It's Tahitian noni that cures cancer.
Can you mix that with alcohol?
Oh, no.
No, you don't want to do that, no.
You don't want to drink that, period.
Wonder what does this mean for them?
They have 15 days to respond. My guess is that either Orrin Hatch will swoop in like Super Hatch and save the day because he's big on that, supplement business stuff, or they'll just have to take that out of their literature.
Yeah, I think probably they have to say, sorry, we won't do it anymore.
They'll have to tell the people who sell it, don't say that.
Does really cure cancer. Or we don't have any evidence.
We don't have any evidence that it cures cancer. But Kerry Jackson, 15 years cancer-free because of the magic cancer-free margarita.
Because cancer's one disease. I love that when they say it cures cancer. Cancer's a whole bunch of different things.
Well, that's the beauty of it. It cures cancer.
That's how good.
Kinds of
apparently,
cancer.
That's how good this stuff is.
All cancer's the same. You drink this.
Drank all our good liquor, you big moocher.
I like that. That's a new one I put.
You drank all our good liquor, you big moocher.
The bad liquor's still here, but the good.
I drink a bit.
And I'll change this drop from.
What do you say you and me go out and get plastered?
To.
What do you say you and me go out and get.
Cure cancer!
What are you guys doing? We're curing cancer.
I am curing cancer with this magic margarita recipe, okay?
Right this second.
Hey, right this second, I'm curing
cancer.
Right now, even as I stand here and look at you.
Cancer cells dying right and left.
the greeting of man to man. Man to man. Man to man.
Radio from Hell. Carrie, Bill, and Gina in the morning, and alternative music all day. X96.
All right.
Oh, here we go.
We have a line open.
Oh, we do?
We need a contestant to play Beat Gina.
877-602-9696. What prize will you offer Gina if you beat her at this trivia game? If you win, you get tickets to see Rob Lowe over at the Eccles Theater.
If I could please have information about that, Richie, that I could tell people when it is and
that would be
where
helpful.
it is, and if they could buy tickets, how to go about doing that. And
all that. So 877-602-9696.
What is the trivia today?
The trivia is squirrel/famous crime trivia.
Because
with the highly anticipated Nut Job 2 movie coming to theaters this weekend, I couldn't decide between cute squirrel trivia or exciting crime-related trivia, so here's both.
Okay.
Says, I believe, Nick, who prepared these.
Live at the Eccles presenting Rob Lowe, Stories I Only Tell My Friends, live Friday, September 29th at Eccles Theater in downtown Salt Lake. Tickets are available at liveattheeccles.com or from me right now if you beat me at squirrel/crime trivia.
Yeah. Now, see, I was thinking about this. Mm-hmm. Again, 877-602-9696. I was thinking that because you're an enthusiast. You're a crime enthusiast.
True crime. Love true crime.
So I'm wondering if I should just give you squirrel trivia.
Well, that's not fair.
Well.
And then give the contestant all the crime trivia.
Okay, you know what? Go ahead and do that.
You want to do that?
Yes.
Well, you could,
Go ahead.
Alternate?
I am confident enough that they will get it wrong and I'll have a chance to answer it correctly.
Wow.
How about that?
Okay.
All right.
Well, we have just two contestants.
Nobody else wants
Nobody
to play?
wants Rob Lowe tickets, I guess.
So maybe this is going to become the least popular feature we
I don't know.
instead of check-ins.
It's a race to the bottom with features on the Radio from Hell show.
I don't know. It just depends on the day, the prize, and the topics.
Okay.
Line one is offering Scentsy candle holders.
Scentsy candle.
I don't know.
That's, yeah.
Is that a thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. You know what that is.
Yeah.
All right. And line three is offering a pack of double stuffed Oreos.
I mean, it's a classic prize for Beat Gina.
Yes.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Now, though, if you want anything to sway you, the Scentsy candle holders, that's Brooke, and the double stuffed Oreos, that's Curtis. So a man or a woman you want to go up against.
Well, that's why we just say the prize, so that she doesn't know whether she's going with us.
I don't have any Scentsy candles, so I don't really need a Scentsy candle holder.
Maybe they're included, and I just don't know because I haven't been told because this thing only holds 12 characters.
You want to ask Brooke?
Well, then I would have to be able to put Brooke on hold if we said no, so we can't do that either.
Richie says she'll give you candles too. Okay,
right,
let's do that.
So the limitations of this phone system are showing here today. All right.
Well, you're in luck, Brooke.
Fantastic.
All right, Brooke.
She sounds thrilled, doesn't she? You're going to play Beat Gina. So you're going to get the true crime trivia, and Gina's going to get the squirrel trivia. Okay.
All right.
All right, sounds good.
Now remember, if you get the true crime trivia question wrong,
I mean, when you get the true crime,
Gina gets a chance to steal the point. So you've got to be right on that. Okay.
All right.
All right. So heads or tails, if you go first, it's best if you go first. It gives you an advantage. Call it. Heads or tails.
I will say tails.
And the coin toss app says tails. You go first.
Good luck, Brooke.
So we're starting
Thank you.
with a true crime trivia question. On March 30th, 1981, 69 days into his presidency, an attempt was made on the life of Ronald Reagan. Reagan survived the attempt despite serious wounds. Reagan was not the only one wounded that day. Who else was shot? Was it A, Press Secretary James Brady, B, Nancy Reagan, C, Secretary of State Alexander Haig, or D, the would-be assassin John Hinckley, who was shot by the Secret Service?
I am going to go with D.
B, Nancy Reagan?
No, D as in dog. Yeah.
D, John Hinckley, shot by Secret Service. Is that your answer?
Yeah, that's my answer.
Is incorrect, Gina.
James
darn it.
Brady.
James Brady is the
And
correct
the Brady
answer.
Bill, named after James Brady, which he and his wife championed a 3-day waiting period for purchasing firearms. He later reversed his position on that and became a gun advocate.
You know, squirrels store nuts in their cheeks.
I was hoping for the squirrels. I'm not gonna lie.
Now, wasn't there a police officer also shot?
Well, it is not part of the trivia
I know,
question.
just-
So
yeah. All right, Gina, she got the point, and it's Gina controlling the question.
All right, Gina.
A chance to go ahead over you, Brooke, 2-0.
What's that? Sorry.
No, it's just Gina's question. Be ready to steal a point in case she gets it wrong.
All right.
Which of these is the place where a squirrel calls his home? Is it A, a nest, B, a den, C, a dray, or D, a nut house?
Nest.
That is incorrect.
Oh.
Brooke, chance to steal.
I am going to say B, a den.
That is incorrect. A dray.
A dray.
A dray.
No, I'm sorry. It's a dray. A dray. All right, Brooke, you have the question, though, and a chance to tie the game.
Okay.
Here we go. In the spring of 1994, the public was shocked by the news that Nicole Brown, the ex-wife of former football player O.J. Simpson, had been murdered. Calm down, Gina.
Whatever it is, I know it.
Along with her acquaintance, Ron Goldman. Goldman was a waiter at a restaurant Nicole Brown had attended earlier that evening, and he had come by her home to return something her mother had left behind at the restaurant. What was that item? Is it A, her purse, B, her glasses, C, her umbrella, D, her dentures?
I am going to say A, her purse.
Incorrect.
You know
Gina.
what?
Darn it.
I was giving you a clue on x96.com/live, but
She was being up in the air junior Birdman.
glasses.
Glasses is the correct answer.
It's 2-0. Gina.
Glasses.
I'm sorry. It's glasses.
It was her sunglasses, to be specific.
Now Gina controls the question. A chance to win the game.
Gina, where can you locate the sweat glands on a squirrel? Is it A, the ears, B, the nose, C, the feet, or D, the tail?
Why do I want to locate the sweat glands of...
Well, if you're developing a squirrel deodorant.
I will say the tail.
Is incorrect.
Oh.
Brooke, chance to get back in the game.
Okay, I will say I'm going to say the ears.
Incorrect, the feet.
Sweaty squirrels have
Feet
sweaty feet?
is where the sweat glands are located in a squirrel.
Interesting.
All right.
Isn't that?
That
is interesting. You're right.
All right.
Wouldn't think the feet.
All right,
So
Brooke,
it's Brooke's question.
Brooke's question. Gina leads 2-0.
All right. The New Orleans Axeman attacked victims with an axe, usually with one belonging to the victims. In March of 1919, a letter claiming to be from the Axeman was sent to several newspapers. It said that there would be another murder at 15 minutes past midnight, the night of March 19th. But any place where a particular kind of music was playing would be passed over and spared. What kind of music was the Axeman talking about? Was it A, klezmer, B, classical, C, jazz, or D, ballroom dance?
Since it was New Orleans, I'm going to say C, jazz.
That is correct.
She's
Wow,
climbed,
she's hanging in there.
climbed back into the game. It's 2-1. Gina controls the question. A chance to win with squirrel trivia.
Okay, Gina?
Yes.
The name squirrel
Yes.
is taken from the Greek word skiuros, which means what?
Okay.
A, nut hoarder, B, shadow-tailed, C, wild thing, D, nutty.
Let's go with wild-tailed.
That wasn't
That
one
wasn't
of
one
the
of the choices.
You don't listen very closely.
What was
Was it
that?
A, nut hoarder?
Yeah.
B, shadow-tailed?
Shadow-tailed.
Is that what you want?
Yeah.
That is
Obviously,
correct.
that's the one I meant.
Well, I
That's
don't.
not what you said.
I don't know.
Gina wins the game. I'm sorry, Brooke. Get off the phone.
No,
No, what?
don't get off the phone, Brooke. I want to know what kind of candle I'm getting.
All right, that sounds good. Good job, Gina.
What kind of
What
candle
kind
is
of
she
candle
getting?
am I getting?
Well, I have multiple flavors. I don't know if you call them scents. I guess scents is the flavor of the wax that you put in the scentsies. But I also have the holder too if you want it. One is a lemongrass, one's like a midnight blue.
Do you have any that smell like pot?
Go with
No.
lemongrass.
No.
Okay,
I forgot to
lemongrass.
bring it back for me.
Okay, so
And when you drop that off, I'm going to go ahead and give you the Rob Lowe Live at the Eccles tickets for your.
Oh, thank you so much.
When is that show, Gina?
did you ever find out?
Yeah, I read all the information.
Oh, okay.
Well, just so you can tell Brooke.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I got rid of it.
All right. Well, you'll figure it out.
I read it already. It's at September 29th.
Okay.
Hey, Brooke, do you have any squirrel-scented candles? No.
Like some nuts.
Nut-scented?
Yeah.
That'd be
All
good.
right.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, we'll see you, Brooke.
Thanks, Brooke.
Yeah,
Hang on.
Hang on, we'll get your information. There we go. All right. Jesus.
That was painful.
We don't have any more time for more crime trivia, do we?
Off the air.
Okay.
You know them all. Anyway.
The Axeman was easy, though, because it was New Orleans.
Yeah.
All right.
You'd never heard of the Axeman, had
No,
you?
I hadn't. I got to go look up more about the Axeman.
Let's see. Coming up, round one of boner voting. Do we have our candidates?
Yes, we do have boner candidates. Round one coming up in just a second, and here they are for you. Number one, hey, take one of these to school and act like a boss. Boner candidate number two, he had a bag of meth, too? Well, how about that? And boner candidate number three, I wanted to be in a safe place.
One of our friends of the program says, I think everybody's sick or out of town or something because there's no traffic on the roads. And I don't have any accidents being reported right now. A couple people saying, and I am hearing, and apparently we had a trooper call in earlier and say, yeah, we're out in force today.
Yep.
So
There you go.
mind your P's and Q's.
Mm-hmm.
All right. We got boner round one coming up after these. First, got to tell you about the advocates.
If you're out on the road,
oh yes,
if you're out on the road and you get into an accident, these are the guys you want to call. The
UtahAdvocates.com is the website. You can 24 hours a day talk to a lawyer.
Yeah, there's a chat feature on the website. If you're a little shy, you can chat with a lawyer, and they wake them up in the middle of the night if need be
to do the chat or on the phone even.
Because if your accident happens in the middle of the night, you want to get a hold of the advocates as soon as possible and just turn all of the medical bills and those kinds of things over to them from the beginning.
And they will go the extra mile for you because that's what an advocate does. So give them a call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They do everything they can to help, and they don't charge you any money until they get you a settlement. Their phone number is 801-355-5550. That's 355-5550. There is no harm in calling them and seeing if you have a case. They will let you know probably on the phone.
Oh, yeah.
And if they think you have a case, they'll invite you into the office and take care of everything for you. It's UtahAdvocates.com.
Strong Volkswagen and X96 present Pepper. Set.
The good news is that I've learned that if you combine the mangosteen fruit with certain alcohols, it will cure cancer. And I've got the margarita recipe here, the cancer-curing margarita recipe right here. 1 shot of tequila, 2 shots of Zango, and 3/4 shot of triple sec. All right,
It's a martini.
That'll cure your cancer.
that will cure cancer. I am cancer-free for 15 years.
And there's your proof.
So there you go. What more proof do you need?
So apparently they really put this in there in the company literature.
Oh, hell yeah.
You see that?
You can't do that.
No. What you do is you infer it.
Mm-hmm.
Say, oh,
You get your distributors to talk about it.
You don't put it in your literature.
Look, all I can say to Zango is, why aren't I your spokesman? I'm cancer-free for 15 years. I found that it's the mixing with alcohol that makes it work. Why don't they call
reaction
me? This is $1 million company. This is my ticket to a big pay.
And they're local here. They should know who you are.
They should know who I am, right? I could give them a whole list of recipes, drink recipes, martinis, margaritas, daiquiris that will, cure cancer and depression.
You're awfully happy now that you do.
I'm happy and cancer-free.
Everybody knows that Zango won't cure cancer. It's Tahitian noni that cures cancer.
Can you mix that with alcohol?
Oh, no.
No, you don't want to do that, no.
You don't want to drink that, period.
Wonder what does this mean for them?
They have 15 days to respond. My guess is that either Orrin Hatch will swoop in like Super Hatch and save the day because he's big on that, supplement business stuff, or they'll just have to take that out of their literature.
Yeah, I think probably they have to say, sorry, we won't do it anymore.
They'll have to tell the people who sell it, don't say that.
Does really cure cancer. Or we don't have any evidence.
We don't have any evidence that it cures cancer. But Kerry Jackson, 15 years cancer-free because of the magic cancer-free margarita.
Because cancer's one disease. I love that when they say it cures cancer. Because cancer's a whole bunch of different things.
Well, that's the beauty of it. It cures cancer.
That's how
all
good.
Kinds of
apparently,
cancer.
That's how good this stuff is.
All cancer's the same. You drink this.
Drank all our good liquor, you big moocher.
I like that. That's a new one I put.
You drank all our good liquor, you big moocher.
The bad liquor's still here, but the good.
I drink a bit.
And I'll change this drop from.
What do you say you and me go out and get plastered?
To.
What do you say you and me go out and get
cure cancer?
What are you guys doing? We're curing cancer.
I am curing cancer with this magic margarita recipe. Okay.
Right this second.
Hey, right this second, I'm curing
cancer
right now, even as I stand here and look at you.
Cancer cells dying right and left.
I better stop. Well, we don't know why either. Listen weekday mornings on X96.
All right, 7:22, time for round one of the Boner voting. 3 news stories that are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote who is the worst, who is the most deserving of the award no one wants to win. The boner of the day. Boner means mistake. Let's see. So we'll do 2 now, then 1 after the news. It's round 1. One of these, you need to decide which one of these will go forward to Boner Dome for Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. So one of you voters will receive a Can't Buy It, Gotta Win It Radio from Hell Boner t-shirt, courtesy of
Excel Automotive Repair, Radio from Hell's official auto mechanics. Don't buy a lemon. Try Excel Automotive's $50 bumper-to-bumper used car checkover before you buy. Limit 2 cars per $50.
Oh, man. I almost can't wait to get through all of these so we can get to Sean Means and talk about Nut Job, too. But here we go with Boner candidate number 1. Hey, take one of these to school and act like a boss.
Oh, good. I'm glad you got this one.
Walmart has condemned a display in one of their stores, so they put it in there, that appeared to, no, it didn't appear to, it did, market firearms as back-to-school items. The company said Wednesday it's working to identify which one of the stores put up this exhibit.
Oh, no.
A photo of a sign reading, "Own the school year like a hero," was placed directly above a glass case filled with guns. Photos of it spread like wildfire on social media.
Yep. Oh, man.
People cried foul on Twitter, demanded an explanation from Walmart. One person asked, "What are you suggesting here?" Walmart responded to some of the comments by calling the display, the corporate says, "This is truly horrible and awful." Spokesperson Charlie Croson told CNN Money that the company is not happy and is working diligently to find out where which Walmart, and God knows how many there are.
Yeah, exactly.
Which Walmart the photo was taken and ensure the sign was removed. They still haven't found out which one it was, but you can guess that someone will be severely disciplined within. But so whoever did that, working at whatever Walmart
this will be
it was,
funny.
yeah, is the Boner candidate number 1. Yeah, take one of these to school and act like a boss. Boner candidate number 2. He had a bag of meth too? Well, how about that? Authorities say a man who tried to deposit what he presented as a $1 million bill
a novelty bill
has been charged with drug possession in Iowa. A criminal complaint says Sioux City police were called to a Northwest Bank branch to talk to a man who tried to deposit a $1 million banknote, a bill, into his account. The officers asked 33-year-old Dennis Strickland whether he had any more $1 million bills, and when he started going through his pockets, a baggie fell out, and it was full of meth.
What a surprise.
The U.S. Treasury Department has never produced a $1 million bill.
No, not even close.
No. Boner candidate number 2. And he had a bag of meth, too. How about that? Coming up in a moment, Boner candidate number 3. I wanted to be in a safe place.
Boner candidate number 3, coming up after this Big Boy News and Opinioendo. Brought to you by
Alpine Plastic Surgery, specializing in sculpting your body to achieve the goals you have above and beyond what diet and exercise provide. Visit alpineplasticsurgery.com and schedule a free consultation today.
Well, this is a gruesome story, Gina.
I'm listening.
For you. And there was video.
Gruesome video?
Ooh.
A shocking video shows first responders rescuing a New Mexico man whose hands were nailed to a tree in the woods.
Oh, my God.
In an act of revenge.
Look at that.
Yikes.
Oh, my hell.
Now, you can't really...
It's from behind.
From behind. But
wow.
The victim, Jose Duran, was freed in an hours-long rescue mission in Bosque, New Mexico. That was captured in footage obtained by a local news station. Mr. Duran, who wouldn't disclose his name at first, was saved by police in May after a city worker found him with both hands nailed to a tree and screaming for help. He kept yelling, "Help, help!" And so I came and I saw him and I kind of freaked out because I didn't know if there were any other guys around, a city worker told authorities. Mr. Duran was conscious, told police that he was nailed to the tree after a real estate deal went bad.
I was thinking this was going to be a relationship or something, or a drug deal, not a real estate deal.
Well, Gina, he might be lying.
Oh.
He claimed during an interview that the two men involved in the deal, both strangers, had intended to kill him, but then they were scared off by something. They nailed him to the tree, said they were going to kill me after that, but they were frightened away.
Yeah, I don't think it was a real estate deal.
Well, way to go, Sherlock.
I don't know. Real estate agents can be pretty aggressive sometimes.
Maybe, maybe he forgot his gold coat, and they didn't. They were upset about that. Fox News host Eric Bolling is suing reporter Yashar Ali for defamation following a story published on Huffington Post alleging that Bolling sent lewd, unsolicited text messages to multiple colleagues. Now,
There is a lawsuit going on, and Huffington Post reported on it. So,
Mr. Bolling, who was suspended from the network following the publication of the article, is seeking at least $50 million in damages. Mr. Ali confirmed that he had received a summons. He declined to comment further on the suit. Fox News suspended Bolling 24 hours after the publication of Ali's story. Eric Bolling has been suspended pending results of an investigation which is currently underway. The summons accuses Ali of reckless publication of actionable, false, and misleading statements about the plaintiff's conduct and character, arguing that Bolling was substantially harmed. It is interesting that he is suing...
I was just going to bring this up.
The reporter who has no money, and not the Huffington Post that has plenty of money.
And lawyers.
Yeah. So why is
it's
he
an
doing
intimidation
that?
thing. He's trying to scare him.
Well, and he's trying to show. It's not even to scare the reporter. I think he's trying to show. Listen, I am so sure of my innocence that I'm suing. I'm not suing somebody who can really look into it, and with a lot of lawyers like the Huffington Post. But yeah.
He totally did it.
And I wouldn't be surprised if he also nailed that guy's hands to a tree.
He did it all.
Yeah. And it'll be easy to prove. Bolling is just...
here's the picture. Here's your phone number.
Yeah.
There we go.
Another day and another unprecedented moment in Donald Trump's presidency. And I think this is a horrible idea. I tweeted out a picture of this at RFH Bill. A giant inflatable chicken with Trump-like hair has been put up near the White House. Aerial photos of the display show the chicken, known as Trump Chicken or Chicken Dawn, standing on a plot of land south of the White House called the Ellipse. The area is situated between the president's residence and the Washington Monument. It's also in perfect view of news cameras that are placed in front of the White House. It was set up by documentary filmmaker Taran Singh Brar to protest the president being a weak and ineffective leader. This is a bad idea.
You're poking the bear.
Don't
the
do
chicken.
that. You call
You're
him a
poking the
chicken. You call him a chicken. He's going to try and do things to prove that he's not a chicken.
I have nuclear warheads.
Don't do it. The Iron County Sheriff. No, this is not a Game of Thrones story. This is Iron County in Utah. I'm not talking about the Iron Throne and all that. So the sheriff in Iron County says that there is such a horrible heroin problem, an heroin epidemic, that he said, Sheriff Mark Gower says, our deputies are way too busy with this. We're seeing a definite and marked increase in heroin incidents in both sales and overdose issues. We need the federal government in here. We need federal backing. Now, normally, we don't want the feds in Iron County.
That's right. They're very famous for being big government is bad.
Normally.
Yeah.
But he says, and he's probably right, we need manpower and we need federal dollars to help us with the enforcement on the street because the heroin problem is so awful. And it's interesting to me to note that Donald Trump, our president, established a commission recently to look into opiate addiction and the heroin epidemic.
Well, Jared,
and it was headed up by Chris Christie, and it was a panel of experts, doctors, and law enforcement people. And you think, well, they're going to just rubber stamp this. No, they came back with a recommendation that made sense. The panel that Donald Trump established, the commission, said, we can't approach this as a law enforcement issue. We have to approach this as a health issue.
Yes.
We are not, did I mention 142 people a day in this country die of an overdose? 142 a day. That's an epidemic. And so so they said, this commission said, we need to approach it systematically as a health issue through local health departments and county health departments, and that's how we need to address it. And Donald Trump said, no, what we need to do is more law enforcement, and we need to talk to the kids about not doing these drugs, because if they don't get started, well, then they'll be okay.
You tell them, drugs bad, not good.
Well, we haven't tried that, so let's try it. Maybe
I may call attention to Nancy Reagan.
Yes.
Her just say no, which did
nothing.
No good. Let's see. A man has been dropped off at a West Valley City hospital with a gunshot wound, and the police are saying, anybody know who shot this guy? Police say they believe the shooting happened on the corner of 40th South and 13th West, 3 o'clock in the morning. Somebody just dumped the guy off in front of the hospital with a gunshot wound to his shoulder. Police are saying, "Hey, anybody out there?"
I bet he knows who shot him.
He's not saying.
Nope.
He's not saying. James Corden is speaking out about Chester Bennington's carpool karaoke episode. They recorded one just a few days before Chester Bennington's death.
I saw the story about this, and it said Chester Bennington recorded this before his death. Well, do you need to say before his death?
No, if you put the words "a few days," just a few days in there, that works. It said James, it has not been seen.
No,
it's in the can. It was ready to go, and James Corden has said, I won't show it unless the family says it's okay. If they would like it to be seen, I'll release it.
I bet they do.
His family says, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Corden, for being sensitive to this issue and not just releasing it because you know it would be a big ratings.
That's the right thing to do.
We consider it to be not our decision to make. We will navigate it as delicately as possible and just adhere to whatever wishes the family wants, because I don't think there's any other way we should deal with this, Corden said. Bennington's widow tweeted her thanks to James Corden and the Late Late Show after the statement, saying it is a kind and gentle gesture that we appreciate, and we have not decided. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. We'll think about it.
Okay.
Nice. Yeah. I like James Corden. He's a classy guy.
Yeah, he is. And Tiger Woods was supposed to show up for his DUI hearing, and he didn't.
Well, his attorney was there. This is a non-story.
Well,
not that I'm defending Tiger Woods.
His attorney was there to enter a plea for him.
He doesn't have to show up for that.
If he was not Tiger Woods, he probably would have had to show up. His attorney would have made him show up, but he's not. But he's Tiger Woods, so he didn't have to, And the court's not, I'm telling, just a common guy. I'm thinking the judge would probably say, "Well, where's your client? Why isn't he here to face this?"
That's what I would think.
That's why it's not a non-story. I mean, now an attorney might say, "Well, he's ill or whatever," but
he admitted guilt though, so too. I mean, he wasn't fighting it.
He's still.
I did it. Tell me what I need to do.
Yeah, I think he should have been there. Should have been a requirement.
All right. Weather, traffic?
Yes. So it's all cleared up now. There's a chance those thunderstorms will roll back around later this afternoon, but only in spots. 91 for a high. Friends of the program have been sending me in some traffic, and I appreciate that. Slowage northbound I-15 just before 6 South exit in Salt Lake. I-15 north slow at the 201. And at the Timpanogos Highway, those all from different friends of the program. Thank you for sending those in, 33986.
All right.
Here's boner candidate number 3. I wanted to be in a safe place. Police say that Sean McCullough made a dangerous decision to drive while intoxicated in Delaware County. But he also had a brief moment of clarity or stupidity, depending on how you look at it. I look at it, he was kind of a boner. I mean, he did make the decision at 4 a.m. to get off the road.
Okay.
He realized, I'm really drunk.
Okay.
I need to get off the road.
Okay.
And so an Upper Darby police officer watched on surveillance cameras as Mr. McCullough drove around the entrance gate to a police lot and then into the exit lane, up onto the grass, then over the sidewalk, and then he parked his car with the police cars.
He was turning himself in, right?
The stunned officer ran out of the station and found Mr. McCullough totally drunk, wandering in the police parking lot.
I don't know why this is a boner. He was doing the right thing.
According to police, Mr. McCullough admitted to being hammered, having consumed 12 to 14 beers. The officer says, "Do you understand you're in the parking lot of a police station?" Mr. McCullough said, "Yeah, I wanted to be in a safe place."
I don't know why this is a boner. I think he did the right thing.
Boner. He was too drunk to take a field sobriety test. Boner candidate
I
number...
can't stand up to take the field.
Boner candidate number 3. I wanted to be in a safe place.
All right, let's review the first two and vote.
So there's boner candidate number 1. Hey, take one of these to school and act like a boss. Walmart, they're apologizing, but whoever did this in one of their stores, it was an employee. They're apologizing for a sign marketing guns as back-to-school items. Boner candidate number 2, he had a bag of meth, too? Well, how about that? There's a guy who tried to deposit a $1 million bill into his bank account, and when he was confronted, "Do you have any more of those?" he reaches into his pocket and a bag of meth falls out on the ground. And boner candidate number 3, I wanted to be in a safe place.
All right, there we go. You got to decide who is the most worthy to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. Which of these 3 candidates is the worst? Pick 1, 2, or 3. Remember that number. That's the candidate number. Put that number in the message of your text and text that to 33986. That's one way to vote. You can also call. Use your voice. 877-602-9696 is another way to vote. You can also go to x96.com. Look for the box that says Round 1, August 10th. And vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh. It should appear. You've got 300 seconds. Let's go. This is Round 1 of the Boner voting. Go!
The music starts at 10 with a...
Yeah, I enjoyed that class yesterday.
You did you?
Yeah.
Well, that's nice.
Well, you don't have to come to them.
Why would you think that I don't want to come?
Carrie, I have because I am one of the kings of sarcasm, I note sarcasm in your voice.
I don't know what you're talking about.
He had a great
I thought
time.
it was a grand waste of time. I'll be quite honest with you. All right? Because in those classes, there's maybe 5 kids who are actually interested in radio, and the rest of them are getting an easy credit.
Carrie.
So the first thing we do when we get to the class is we say, all right, first of all, who's here for an easy credit? And those people who raise their hand, leave. Go right now. We'll sign a form, whatever it takes. Just get out of here.
You would deny a college student an easy credit? What kind of a Grinch are you?
I'm not denying them an easy credit. If it were up to me, we would close down the college radio stations, but we don't. That's an easy credit. They can do that. While I'm there, I don't want to deal with people who just don't want to be there. That's why I don't speak to schools. That's why I hate that stuff.
Now, be honest. You don't speak to schools because you're not allowed.
There's
usually.
that true.
You
That's
used
true.
to speak to schools.
You see the basis of education. And by the way, the kids that want to be there, they just sit there like lumps anyway.
No, there were a couple of them in the back talking. One who arrived 20 minutes late, and then he sat in the back talking with his buddy.
Rude. I didn't see that. When he came in late, I almost said to him, why are you bothering? Why don't you just leave?
And he's sitting in the back talking with one of his friends, and I'm like,
You should have said something. I didn't notice that.
I didn't either.
I nearly did, but then he shut up because I started staring him down.
If you can just touch one child.
I don't
That's
need.
all.
Look,
I don't want him touching any children.
I don't.
That's why
that's
he's
true.
not allowed. Well,
I don't need to understand education. I'm not trying to take away their breeze through their, college degree. I'm there for an hour. That's all. 5 students who are interested, that's great. Everybody else take off. We'll sit and have a chat with 5 people. I'll touch those 5. That's good.
all right.
Especially that Heidi from yesterday. She was really cute. But anyway.
See again why he's not allowed.
She was very interested in what we were
She
doing.
was.
She
She was
wanted
very
to
interested.
learn.
And I heard her on the radio, on the college radio station. She's very good. I think someday we'll be working with her.
Maybe not now that you said that.
No, I'm
Not as
I don't want to work with those guys.
not her partner Pickle, of course, but
Well, it was Pickle and the turd bag. What was the other guy?
Pickle, Turd, and
Carl.
Heidi, I think is what it was. Oh yeah, Carl.
His name's Carl.
Apparently we made Carl cry.
Really?
Is what
Yeah,
I was
I heard
told.
he was laying on the floor of the break room.
So and again,
Crying.
if we can discourage someone from getting into radio, that's also
Your job is done.
Particularly you, Carl.
Already we started with Carl. He's done. He will not be in radio anymore. So mission accomplished
some
at
good
Cedar
has
City.
happened.
Some good has happened.
And think of it this way too. Carl will go on to better things. He will be a professional clown that entertains at kids' parties. That's what he'll be good
the
at.
creepy clown with the Cro-Magnon brow is what he will be.
Action figure news specialist Kerry Jackson. Weekday mornings from 6 to 10 a.m. on X96.
All right. Time to award round 1 of your boner voting.
And round 1 of the boner voting brought to you in part by a glass of red wine.
And Saturday brunch at Gracie's. Enjoy a Tiger Mary, creme brulee French toast, poutine and eggs, or a crab cake Benedict. Adults only. Like Gracie's on Facebook for updates.
Boner candidate number 1 was take one of these to school and act like a boss. It's Walmart, a Walmart somewhere, having a sign marketing guns as back-to-school items. Boner candidate number 2, he had a bag of meth, too? Well, how about that? It's a guy who tried to deposit $1 million bill into his checking account, his bank account, and when he was confronted by bank authorities and police, you have any more of those $1 million bills? Huh? Reached into his pocket, and a bag of meth fell out on the ground. And Boner candidate number 3, I wanted to be in a safe place. A drunk motorist parking his car in a police station lot to be in a safe place.
All right.
Let's see. Alex won the Boner T-shirt. Congratulations to Alex. And the overwhelming winner was Boner candidate number 1.
Yeah, I thought so.
Take one of these to school and act like a boss.
That's a good candidate. And it will go to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. We do that at 9:25. Round 2 to find its contestant will happen next hour at about 8:20. Round 2.
Mm-hmm.
Is this sponsored?
Yes, Dr. Volt's Comic Connection this month. Check out the 10-issue miniseries, The Generations. Classic versions of many Marvel heroes team up with their current counterparts in the mysterious continuity-free environment known as the Vanishing Point. Dr. Volt.
All right.
Now, Sean Means is here from the Salt Lake Tribune. He is the film critic. You can read his reviews online later today, sltrib.com.
Yep. The new improved sltrib.com.
Yes, the new improved sltrib.com. And then you can also read them in the paper on Friday. Do we have to go through any of these other movies before we get to Nut Job?
There's a few.
All right. All right. What have we got here? We'll start with the artsies.
Start with the artsies.
Yep, we'll start with Letters from Baghdad.
You liked a lot of these.
Wow, it was good week in the artsies. This is a documentary about a woman that is more important than is known. She's sort of a forgotten figure in the Middle East of the last century. Her name is Gertrude Bell, a British adventurer who got very deep in places like Syria and Iraq and got to know all the locals, and because of that became sort of an unofficial attaché to the British government when they were busy, trying to run the place.
Dividing up the Middle East.
Yeah. And she literally rewrote the map of what is now Iraq.
I've never heard of her, like you said.
Exactly. Well, there's actually, in addition to the documentary, there's actually a feature film that came out a few months ago in other cities, not this one, called Queen of the Desert, that had Nicole Kidman play her. Got terrible reviews. So, but anyway, this one, Letters from Baghdad, it is told all through sort of first party sources. It's either her letters or comments from people who were contemporaries of her, including T.E. Lawrence. Lawrence of Arabia.
Okay.
The way the documentary is structured is that all the other people are shown portrayed by actors sitting in front of the camera, Ken Burns style. But then all of Gertrude's letters are read by Tilda Swinton.
Okay. All right.
So who may be sitting in front of the camera or not, we don't know.
Okay.
She's Tilda Swinton. It's an interesting. If you're a history buff, it's pretty interesting. So 3 stars.
Okay.
3 stars for Letters from Baghdad.
Mm-hmm.
That leads us to either one of these, it looks like. Where would you like
the
to go?
Sundance Shorts Tour 2017.
Okay.
For the last few years, Sundance has been doing this very cool thing where they take a selection of the short films that played at the film festival in January, and they put them into a 90-minute package and send them out to theaters around the country.
Mm-hmm.
And this one's come back. There's 7 shorts in this program. And the great thing about watching shorts is if you don't like one, you just wait a few minutes and it's over, and we'll go on to the next one. These 7 are all pretty cool. The 2 that are most notable, the opening one is called Come Swim, and it is the directorial debut of Kristen Stewart.
Oh, really?
Got it, which obviously got a lot of attention when it played here at the festival. It's a sort of.
I bet it's really funny.
No.
No.
No. Shock
she
of shocks.
Seems really funny. Like she would no.
It's very surrealist and impressionist and all kinds of images. It is actually really cool. But it's very arty in that sense. The other one that is my favorite of the whole bunch, though, is it's a documentary called 10 Meter Tower, And the filmmakers just had a very simple idea. They set up cameras all around a swimming pool and a high dive platform at this pool in Sweden, and asked people who had never jumped off the 10-meter platform before to go up and do it.
I like this idea.
It is scary to try and do that.
Yeah.
I like this idea for a movie.
And there's no narration, no commentary, just watching these people as they get up there and make the decision whether they're going to go for it or not. And and I was talking with my colleague about this. I could watch an hour of this stuff. I mean, it is so fascinating. It's like these little psychodramas all happening right there, where they're like looking over, doing it, not doing it, or just saying, screw it, and go over or whatever. Very, very cool stuff. So that's over at the Tower.
And your
support short films, because that's frequently where the big films come from lately.
Yeah, we discover talent there.
Yes. So 3.5.
3.5 for the 2017 Sundance Shorts. That leaves us with 13 minutes.
Yep. 13 minutes. This is a German drama. The director Oliver Hirschbiegel, best known for the movie Downfall, which was this famous movie about sort of Hitler in the bunker. It's the one that all the Hitler memes came from.
Yeah.
Hitler memes.
Yes.
Are they playing the Warped Tour?
So this one is about Hitler, but you don't see Hitler very much. It's about a true story, 1939, of a average German citizen who, unlike most German citizens, sees that things are going bad and very quickly. And so he decides in 1939 he's going to do something about it himself. He's going to plant a bomb in a Munich meeting hall right over where Hitler's going to speak.
Now, is this a true story?
True story.
Okay.
Wow.
The bomb went off. Unfortunately, Hitler left the meeting early.
Wow.
And if he had been there, as the title suggests, if he had been there 13 minutes longer, he would have been dead in November of 1939, and before, when World War II had barely begun. So that we established in the first minutes of the movie. This happens, so that's not a spoiler.
Okay.
What happened? What the movie is about is him being interrogated by the Gestapo, and then in flashbacks looking at how his life led to this moment. Really well acted, really tense thriller, and great performance by this young actor named Christian Friedel in the lead. And again, if you're into the history
or into Hitler
or into killing Hitler,
yeah,
more to the point, it's really worthwhile. So 3.5.
3.5 stars.
I'm going to point out, meaning to mention this. Speaking of Hitler, if you're not watching Preacher on television, you should. But there's an actor playing Hitler in hell in Preacher, and he is great. I think this.
It?
I'm not sure.
I don't know who he is.
I meant to look it up and then I didn't. But whoever it is playing Hitler is just fantastic.
A slightly sympathetic Hitler.
I don't know if I want.
Well, you kind of feel bad for him a little bit, just a tiny,
maybe a little
bit.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Noah Taylor, and you would know him.
Why do we know Noah
from
Young Shine?
Yeah, I mean, you've seen him in
stuff.
Yeah.
He's just excellent.
Right.
That's it.
All right, we got the artsies.
Noah Taylor was the guy who cut off Jaime Lannister's hand.
Yes.
In Game of Thrones.
All right.
You know him from that.
All right.
So we got the artsies taken care of. So the fartsies are next. That's Annabelle Creation. Also the Glass Castle, and yes,
Nut Job 2.
The Nut Job 2.
The Search for Curly's Gold.
No.
Worse. Nutty by Nature.
Oh.
Sorry.
Is there a parody of that song in there? No?
All right, that's coming up.
Lighter than normal traffic. I think our earlier friend of the program that said something's up is right, because there's not much southbound 15 through Davis County. I-15 northbound, stop and go from Draper into downtown Salt Lake, but no accidents to report. There is some issues with the trains. Northbound and southbound trains from Lehigh are experiencing delays of 10 to 15 minutes. Save 20% off MSRP on select new 2017 Chevys in stock at Riverton Chevrolet. Your home for big savings, small prices, rivertonchevy.com.
All right, we'll be back with the fartsies. Movie reviews continue after these. KXRK Provo.
X96 invites you to visit the Salt Lake Parade of Homes going on now through August 12, putting together the perfect home.
Gina wearing a turtleneck sweater today.
Covering up her hickeys. That's what people do.
It's interesting. People don't wear turtlenecks very often anymore.
Unless they're covering up hickeys.
You got something against hickeys?
That's why I used to have a dickie.
To cover your hickey?
To cover the hickey. It was my hickey dickie. I mentioned a dickie the other day, and I don't think anyone knew what I was talking about.
I don't think anybody has them anymore.
Dickie is now a clothing brand, and that's what it's known for.
As a matter of fact, that's what I said. Somebody said to me, "Oh yeah, I love Dickies. Their coats and their pants," and I went,
"Yeah,
no, I'm
an
never
actual
mind.
Dickie.
Never mind.
It's a fake shirt.
Dickie was a fake sweater.
Was
it a fake shirt
it's a
or
collar.
Sweater?
You did
It's
both?
a fake sweater.
Fake sweater.
It was to make it look as though you were wearing a turtleneck
under your vest or jacket
or your shirt or whatever. Yeah, to make it look as though you were wearing a. It was really a stupid idea.
It was a dumb idea.
I had one, I think, for some reason.
But they were everywhere. It seems like I knew everybody had one.
Yeah.
Nobody wore them, but everybody had one.
It's a stupid idea.
Well, turtlenecks are stupid unless you're the Gorton's fisherman.
It's true.
Maybe I'm going fishing later.
Yeah, sure.
No, you're not. You're going to be way too warm in that.
You think?
Yeah.
You're dressed up for people today, aren't
We're
you?
seeing people.
Mm-hmm.
I've never worn this sweater, and I thought, I'll wear that.
Yeah, you'll be too warm. You'll be uncomfortable.
Too late now.
You're going to be sweating and sweating. It's going to be in your folds and everything.
I don't have any folds.
Of course not. She's a lady.
Yeah.
I'm smooth top to bottom.
Not necessarily reflect the opinions of Broadway Media, its management, owners, or advertisers.
This program is intended for mature audiences. Parental discretion is advised.
This is Radio from Hell on X96, KXRK-FM, and HD1, Provo, Ogden, Salt Lake City, 96.3 FM, and streaming on X96.com and our free app. Utah's original alternative for more than 2 decades, 96.3 FM. X96. X96.
According to Trump evangelical advisor and
Listen as hard as you can because, like the Constitution of these United States, Radio from Hell is literally hanging by a thread.
Hanging literally by a thread. Really serious story.
It's hanging by a thread. I think we're hanging by a thread right now.
X96.
All right, we're back with Sean Means from the Salt Lake Tribune reviewing movies and
get unlimited 1.5% cash back plus a $100 bonus with Power Cashback credit card from Security Service Federal Credit Union. Restrictions apply. Get details at ssfcu.org.
now we move on to the fartsies, the movies that are in general released throughout the valley.
The big Hollywood commercial ones.
What do we got?
Well, we can go either way on this.
Nope.
On these next two.
Nope.
So
let's switch mics again.
Okay. Is that one not working very well?
Well, it doesn't sound good.
Okay.
Let's switch to number 5 if you don't mind.
Nope,
Yes.
not
Terribly
good.
sorry.
Okay.
That's better.
There we go.
Is that better? All
Yes.
right. Yeah. Okay. So Annabelle Creation. We'll make.
Oh, is that where we're starting?
We'll make Bill wait a little bit.
Okay. All right.
I'm on tenterhooks about Nut Job too.
Well, very interesting. There's 2 movies out this week that are sequels to really bad movies. That the sequels are not as bad as the first one.
Oh,
they're still not good, but they're actually better.
Oh.
And Annabelle Creation is one of these. If you remember Annabelle, Annabelle was a demon doll that was actually taken from the Conjuring movies, and the Conjuring movies are actually good horror.
And those are based on actual events.
Those are supposedly,
based on actual events.
Annabelle is based on an actual doll.
Yes. So the first Annabelle, it was the 70s, and there was Manson cult type things and all this. So this is the origin of the Annabelle doll.
This is how the doll got bad.
How the doll got built and got bad.
Okay.
So you have this kindly doll maker played by Anthony LaPaglia.
All right.
And his wife played by Miranda Otto. And they have a little girl, and the girl dies in a tragic accident.
Aww.
Flash forward 12 years later, and the couple's big house is loaned out to a orphanage for girls. This is circa 1950 something or other.
Okay.
So, and so the girls come to the orphanage, and the only rules are don't bug Mrs. Mullins, because she's not well and she's in her room.
Leave Mrs. Mullins alone.
Leave Mrs. Mullins alone.
She illin'.
Yeah, and the other rule is don't go into the one bedroom upstairs that's locked, because that was the bedroom that was the little girl's.
Okay.
Oh, sure.
Well,
all right.
Except
these are all just rules of horror.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, then one of the little girls goes looking around, and sure enough, that door's open and not locked. And goes in, and there's a doll, and
Did she get what's coming to her?
things happen after that. Yes. So it's a slow burn. There are some good some good shocks as it goes. The doll is very creepy. And it's the guy who directed this is David F. Sandberg, who also did Lights Out, which was a really good horror movie that came out last year.
Is that the one with the blind guy terrorizing everybody?
No. That's not
okay.
that one. So.
No, this is the one where the thing only comes when the lights are out.
Yeah.
Okay.
So anyway, Annabelle Creation, pretty good. Still kind of stupid in places. The way the first one was so stupid in so many ways. This one's not so bad, but it's 2.5 stars.
2.5 stars for Annabelle Creation. All right.
Just slightly stupid.
The Nut Job 2.
Here
Nutty
you go, Bill.
by nature.
Here we go.
Great.
Okay, so this movie has the benefit of being the first animated movie to come out in theaters since the Emoji Movie.
So it's got that going for
so
it.
the bar has been lowered.
Right.
The bar is now a stripe painted on the floor. Really,
that's what we were hoping for.
So yes, if you remember the first movie, and I mean Bill can tell you this part. We had Surly Squirrel, who was a scrounger in the city park, who didn't want to work, and so instead he found a nut shop across the street from the park, and snuck in there and got all the nuts he could. Well, now the second movie, the nut shop is every rodent's favorite hangout until it accidentally explodes.
It accidentally explodes.
Yes. So all the rodents that were living high off the hog there have to go back into the park, just as the corrupt mayor of the city is going to tear up the park to create a theme park.
Boy,
so they're going to make money.
Troubled times for the squirrels.
So the squirrels and the prairie dogs and the groundhogs and the other rodents in the park have to band together and stop the development of the park.
And triumph.
And
Okay.
triumph, yes.
Bill can barely contain himself.
We ask you this, Gina. Have your children mentioned this movie or any desire to see it?
Not a word.
Not a word.
No.
And I have one question. How many flatulence jokes or bodily function jokes are there in it?
Oh, a few.
How many? Come on. More than two?
More than two. I would say at least 5.
Great.
So,
Great. I'm
yeah.
all over this.
It is better than the last one.
Okay.
Because the last one was terrible.
Last one was a classic.
Yeah. So you also I haven't even mentioned that when Surly goes into the city to try to
He's going on with the review. There's more details.
they go into Chinatown and they run into some ninja trained mice led by a mouse voiced by Jackie Chan.
Oh boy.
Okay.
So
I think we should make Bill go now after all this. I think we should make him go.
And put a GoPro aimed at his
Yes.
face during the entire movie just to get his reaction. Yes.
You're saying 2.5?
2.5.
Now,
That's
see-
better than I thought.
Now, see, I asked Gina about her kids because that, to me, is a good gauge as to whether these things are going to succeed or not.
Yeah, they didn't.
There's a school teacher I ask, and I ask you about your
Yeah,
kids because
they
if
don't
they're
care.
if they're not interested or haven't asked about it,
no,
then it's not going to succeed.
Didn't ask me.
And the chat room is asking me this for Bill.
You're not acting hard enough.
There you go.
I thought he was acting too hard.
All right. Let's get to
Anyway, last one.
The Glass Castle.
The Glass Castle. This is based on a best-selling memoir by Jeanette Walls, former gossip columnist turned author, and it is about her very messed up childhood with 3 siblings and 2 parents who uprooted the family frequently, living in squatter tenements and wherever they could across the country. Usually jumping from town to town, one step ahead of the law or social services.
And if Woody Harrelson's your dad, that gives you problems.
Yeah, and the movie is told with first from the kid's perspective, dealing with the parents, played by Woody Harrelson and Naomi Watts.
Oh, Naomi Watts.
Yeah,
Okay.
and how the dad was brilliant but erratic, and
that's Woody Harrelson.
couldn't handle authority, so lost jobs frequently. Plus, he was a raging alcoholic. And the movie settles into a pattern of sort of manic to nasty with the father's behavior, and the mother putting up with and enabling it in many ways.
Okay.
And then it cuts ahead to a few years later when she's an adult living in New York, played by Brie Larson, and finding that her parents have moved to New York and are in a squatter's tenement.
Oh,
very
okay.
near to where she lives, actually.
All right.
This is the issue here is that your memoir and then a movie about a memoir are trying to impose order on what is essentially chaos of a life,
because it's not a linear story.
It's trying to make a linear story where it's not, and it winds up becoming very soap opera and very cliched. The reason to recommend the movie though is that the performances are great. Brie Larson is amazing. Naomi Watts is amazing. Woody Harrelson, if you can put up with the Woody Harrelsonisms of it all, is.
But I like him.
Well, yeah.
That's not a negative for me.
Is also very good. And then the kids who play the Walls children in sort of preteen years, that's an ensemble that is worth checking out.
So all great performances all over.
Great performances in the service of a kind of a forced melodrama, but 3 stars.
3 stars for The Glass Castle. That's only a half a star more than The Nut Job 2.
What does that
I don't think
say?
I think it should have been 2.5 because of Woody Harrelson.
It's still. Thing is, 3 and 2.5 is the dividing line between
That's true.
red and green on Rotten Tomatoes.
All right. So let's run these down. Letters from Baghdad, 3 stars. 3.5 stars for the Sundance Shorts. 13 Minutes, 3.5 stars. Nut Job 2, 2.5 stars. Annabelle Creation, 2.5. And 3 stars for The Glass Castle. What do we got next week?
Next week, you've got The Hitman's Bodyguard.
Oh, yes.
Ryan Reynolds,
Sam Jackson.
buddy action movie. You've also got Logan Lucky,
I think that looks interesting.
Which is sort of described as the hillbilly Ocean's 11.
Yeah.
I am curious about that.
The trailer has made me very curious.
I haven't even heard of it. Yep. I didn't see a trailer.
Go look at the trailer on YouTube. It's interesting.
Okay.
And also Wind River.
Wind River.
Great thriller with Jeremy Renner and Elizabeth Olsen that was actually filmed up around Park City.
Okay.
Really?
Yes.
All right.
Hawkeye and
Hawkeye
the
and
Scarlet Witch.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Sean. Read Sean's reviews in the Salt Lake Tribune.
Thank you very much. Gina, do you have traffic?
Nope.
Nope.
No traffic?
Never mind.
I don't know. Really, it's kind of weird.
Yeah.
You know, if I go out to see Nut Job 2, I know that I'm going to be very tired from laughing. Laughing my ass off.
Exhausted
Your stomach will
from
hurt.
laughing.
You'll be tired. You'll want to lay down.
If your stomach hurts, that's good because you can prop up your bed in a certain position because you have that adjustable
that I got
base.
at Mattress Firm. Mattress Firm is having their coolest sleep sale ever. Don't miss this. Now, they still may have some of those Yeti coolers or tumblers to give away with select purchase, so check that out. Visit Mattress Firm, get a special back-to-school offer when you show a school ID. They have Hampton and Rhodes Pillow Top Queen mattresses for just $209.99. Also, during this sale, Mattress Firm has daily deals. You're guaranteed to find an amazing deal every day, like free pillows, up to 50% off mattresses from brands you love. Visit a store to see what the daily deal is today. Mattress Firm wants you to sleep happy. They are experts. They're great.
Yeah, go there and tell them, I have back trouble. They can find the mattress that's just right for you.
You will have no trouble finding a Mattress Firm store that's conveniently located because they are everywhere. Go to mattressfirm.com. It's not a big deal, but I guarantee you, Gina, if today were the day you were going to court at 8:15, you would not have come to work.
It's true.
You wouldn't have come to work.
That's true.
I would too.
I don't think you would have.
You would have said, I got court. And we'd say, when? And you'd go, I don't know. And that'd be it,
I'm not sure.
You wouldn't come in.
Court sometime.
I got court sometime. I don't know.
On another topic, a totally different topic. Yesterday, we went to lunch at the Lone Star Steakhouse in Sugar House with the staff, and Gina was there with her baby, and I was the little Jonesy, who's almost a year old and just as cute as anything, and I was the only person at the table who made the baby cry.
Well, she's my daughter. She knows you make me cry
Everybody
day.
else is going doobie playing with the baby and being cute
Gina,
with the baby.
that doesn't work because I didn't make her cry.
That's true.
And I've made you cry.
That's true.
On the radio.
I went and sat down by the baby to just kind of bonding. Hi, it's your Uncle Bill. Cried.
Even Artie Fufkin didn't make her cry.
No, I thought for sure Artie was going to make her cry.
Hello, baby. Hello, baby. Hello, baby. Hello, baby.
He did
Hello,
that for like
baby.
10 minutes.
And kept waving his hand.
He said, "Don't eat trans fats or you'll end up looking like me."
Even Artie didn't make the baby cry.
Artie could have picked the baby up and placed the baby in his mouth, and the baby wouldn't have cried. The whole head, and the baby wouldn't have cried.
I think it's your facial hair. Might make you look scary. I'm just guessing.
Was I the only one there with facial hair?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Heather. Just kidding, Heather.
She hasn't experienced a lot of facial hair. Maybe.
I don't know.
And then I brought her over to you later. Like, it's safe with mommy holding you kind of thing. And I gave Bill a hug. See, he's nice.
She didn't cry then, but she was barely holding it.
She had the face.
Barely holding it together.
She had the
you could see
face.
she was just like any second she was just going to...
It was the face.
We were there for 2 hours, and she was good the whole time we were there. I didn't have to get up and walk around with her once.
Are you surprised?
No, but...
Are you bragging?
Yes.
Okay. So she's like that all the time. You're just bragging.
Yes.
Yeah. And she didn't do that once, does she usually? Well, no. Well, wow.
She ate all kinds of things for lunch I didn't eat. She had tomatoes.
She ate the tomatoes off my salad and my onions.
Did not.
And then, she ate all
She
my
ate-
onions, and then I picked onions.
She really ate
oh,
onions?
yeah. Loves onions. Then I said, Carrie, you can eat that onion?
Here.
But she doesn't have teeth.
She has 4.
That onion even had blue cheese dressing on it,
Yeah.
Gina, which is something
That's
else
what
that
I'm
you wouldn't
saying.
eat.
Well, now that says a lot to me, and because when I sat down by the baby, and maybe this is why she cried, I went, "Hi, honey. God, your breath stinks." That's why she cried. That's why she cried.
Most trusted newsman, Bill Allred. Weekday mornings on X96.
All right, time for round 2 of the boner voting. 3 news stories that are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote which of these 3 is the worst, which one deserves to go forward and fight it out in the Boner Dome. Boner fight. Who will become Boner of the Day? All depends on you at 9:25. Right now, we got to send someone into the Boner Dome. In this round 2 boner voting, which of these 3 is the worst? You will decide. And one of you lucky boner voters will receive
a gift certificate to Gracie's.
Nice.
We had our friend of the program that we talked to yesterday that she got a gift certificate from us, and she said she was going to Gracie's last night. I want to hear from her and hear how that went.
All right, here's boner candidate number 1 in round 2. Proofreaders are hard to find, and they don't come cheap. This is a very visual boner candidate.
Do I need to go to x96.com/live in order to see it?
Yeah, or I believe it's probably just on our website at x96.com. If you scroll down and find boners round 2, it's the first candidate. I'll describe it. It's a children's book, a counting book, a numbers book, and it's open to the page which says 5, the number 5.
Yeah.
5 bananas.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at the picture, there are 6 bananas.
Uh-oh.
Where it says
there are
5
6
bananas.
Maybe one of those isn't a banana. Maybe one is a...
You know, why must you do this? It is... This is the boner candidate. They all look the same. They're all damn bananas. Proofreaders are hard to find, and they don't come cheap. Boner candidate number 1, Gina Barberi. Good Lord.
I'm a banana. I'm a banana.
Here's boner candidate number 2. Get away from my tokens. A Rhode Island man has been accused of knocking, kicking even, a 6-year-old girl out of the way when she tried to help him pick up tokens that he dropped at a Chuck E. Cheese restaurant. Police say that...
Well, she said she was trying to help. She was trying to steal them.
53-year-old Daniel Lafayette of North Smithfield told them that the girl was trying to steal his tokens. Police say the mother of the girl told them she was just trying to help Mr. Lafayette pick up the tokens when he just kicked her out of the way. That's the end of the story.
It's the end of the
This old 53-year-old man kicking a 6-year-old girl out of the way because she's get away from my tokens.
I almost have enough for an eraser.
I'm gonna get Chinese handcuffs. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. Well, God says nuke 'em. Nuke 'em till they glow.
All right. Boner candidate number 3. After this here, Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by
Del Taco. Get fresh food served fast like the Del Taco, loaded with more seasoned beef, more hand-grated cheese, unfreshing, believable. Price and participation may vary.
All right, this first story, Gina, for you.
Yes?
It's disturbing.
I'm okay with that.
Okay. Well, yeah, you say that, and then sometimes you go, oh, God, Bill, how could you do this?
Yeah, well, I don't know what story you're going to do.
Well, then don't say that. A toddler.
God, Bill.
It was really not the time to do that. A toddler died shortly after she was discovered inside an Ohio home filled with more than a dozen dead animals.
Wow.
Including 15 dead snakes during the weekend. The 1-year-old girl, identified as Arez Marie Isabella Schrody, was found unresponsive, not breathing, at her grandparents' home in Dayton, Ohio, according to a local news station. She was rushed to the hospital. Later, she died there. An autopsy being conducted to determine exactly the cause of death. No arrests have been made. We don't have anything as far as the cause of injuries and stuff exactly, said Dayton Police Lieutenant Greg Gabby. We're still under investigation. Police said the home had what they called cleanliness issues.
Cleanliness
It's
issues.
a kind way of putting it.
And wasn't fit for humans or animals. At least 4 adults and 3 children all lived at the home. The carcasses of 15 snakes and a cat was found lying among several live animals.
No one's been arrested?
At least 12 of the 15 dead snakes found were pythons and were contained in plastic trays. A 4-foot snake believed to be a boa constrictor, a rabbit, and a dog were removed from the home and placed in animal rescue. It's shocking, a neighbor who lives across the street said. The home, with a rusty chain link fence surrounding it, also contained garbage and miscellaneous debris covering the front lawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, buddy. Well, let's go on to something at least as slimy. Anthony Scaramucci. This is pretty amazing. CBS says that Scaramucci will be a guest on Stephen Colbert's late night show next week. The network said Wednesday that Scaramucci will appear on The Late Show with Stephen Colbert. The former White House communications director lost his job with President Trump's administration after he gave an expletive-filled interview to a New Yorker magazine reporter. Scaramucci had been scheduled to make other appearances, including at the Politicon political convention in Southern California, but he canceled. It's interesting that he would agree to this.
I'm trying to figure out what he has in mind.
Well, and how they would approach him.
His ego is big enough.
Well, but how do they approach him? And say, well, we're not going to be really mean to you. But
I don't think Colbert will pull any punches. He doesn't seem like the kind of person who would dance around a topic.
It will be hard to ignore, too, because yesterday he tweeted...
Who did?
Scaramucci.
Okay.
Tweeted that that Times reporter, or the New York... No, it was the New Yorker. New Yorker reporter. Mm-hmm. He called him Linda Tripp.
Oh.
Which you know who that makes Anthony Scaramucci. If he's
Monica Lewinsky.
He makes him, yeah. But he was looking for a political snitch, and that was the one that just came.
He didn't think that analogy through all the way.
So Linda Tripp was the one who ultimately snitched about Bill Clinton's relationship with White House intern Monica Lewinsky.
So I'm just trying to figure out what he thinks he can do with this. Is he going to be the victim?
I guess he has a huge ego, as we said.
That's what I think.
I think I smell an old splaining video about who Linda Tripp is and Monica Lewinsky and Bill Clinton. Can we do that one?
All right, Gina old splains Linda Tripp.
A high school teacher in Spanish Fork who was originally arrested for raping a 17-year-old student is now out of jail. The probable cause statement reports Sarah Lewis, a former teacher at Landmark High School in Spanish Fork, admitted to having intercourse with the male student in her Payson home. Now, a lot of times I skip over these stories, but there's some interesting little details here. Early in 2017, she was charged with rape, a first-degree felony. That was later reduced to 1 count of forcible sexual abuse, and her public defender advised her to plead guilty. According to court documents, the attorney, Tom Means, came across an amended statute in Utah Code that states if a minor is 16 or 17 years old, the rape charge can be reduced to unlawful sexual conduct when applied to a person who holds a relationship of special trust, such as a teacher, employee, or volunteer. So that's in Utah law. It can be reduced
because you're
from
old
rape,
enough to consent.
16 or 17. Following this discovery, Miss Lewis was charged with a third-degree felony versus first-degree rape, and that's a way more serious charge. Legislators have taken the teacher portion out of the equation. Stephen Allred, defense attorney with Zabriskie Law, told 2 News, I don't consider this a loophole. These 16 or 17-year-olds do have a choice, and they have chosen to engage in this behavior. Attorney Allred believes that the change in the law creates balance, while county prosecutors strongly believe that anyone under the age of 18 cannot legally consent to sexual activity. And then you have this notion or this fact of the teacher, Ms. Lewis, occupying a position of special trust as a teacher. They are close in age, defense attorney Allred said. So Ms. Lewis, the teacher, is very young, very close in age to the student. They are close in age. The behavior between Lewis and the young man is more understandable than if she had been 50. Is it?
She's still in a position of power.
Yeah. I just think it's. I think they're real. They're splitting hairs there. I don't.
Is the student a football player?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm trying to figure out why
there's a loophole.
Why
for
this
that.
guy is tap dancing so much to stop this whole thing.
I don't know. Ms. Lewis was 27 when this happened, and the kid was 17. So that is a big gap there. Let's see. Taylor Swift's mother testified yesterday.
Swift?
Mother, it's Ma Swifty.
Ma Swifty?
Ma Swifty.
Mother.
Testified Wednesday that she was shocked when her daughter told her that she'd been groped by a DJ, and I don't understand why she was shocked by that.
Exactly.
She should have said, well, of course a DJ
Of course a
did
DJ
that.
groped you before a 2013 concert, and that she, as a parent, soon decided that she needed to make an issue of it to protect her daughter and other young girls. The singer's mother, Ma Swift, was emotional at times as she took the stand in the federal court, the suit filed by the former radio DJ who says Taylor Swift has falsely accused him of groping her. I was upset to the extent that I wanted to vomit and cry at the same time, which, if anybody knows anything
Hard
about
to
vomiting
do,
and
yeah.
crying, you might have aspirated and died. So
Yeah.
I'm glad she didn't. Andrea Swift said under questioning by Gabriel McFarland, the lawyer for the radio host Dave Mueller, it is inconceivable to us that this could take place and how it took place and where it took place. Mueller testified, I think, yesterday as well, the radio host.
It just doesn't make sense.
He said,
that
I
she
didn't
would-
do it. I didn't grope her. It cost me my career, the thing I love to do, my passion. He was the first witness to testify. It's been hard on my friends. It has an impact on my girlfriend. It's humiliating to be accused of something that despicable.
The picture, he claims his hand was on her rib cage. That's not a rib cage.
That's not, no. He does
it's
not
It's pretty
know.
obvious
Well-
where the hand is, not on her rib
Well, you
cage.
can't see his hand.
Yeah, but it's below her rib.
Well,
Even though you can't
yeah,
see.
Well, you don't.
Does he have a magically jointed hand?
But
that-
you don't. He said he brushed her rib cage when he moved in with his hand.
And the hand went down. And the hand is down.
But the photo is inconclusive. You cannot see his hand.
You see where it is.
You see where the wrist is.
But it
like
could,
I said, unless the hand is...
All I'm saying is you do not see his hand on her butt. It's inconclusive.
What does she have to gain by this? Nothing.
I don't know.
She's suing for $1.
I don't know.
She's counter.
Well, no, he sued her. That's
he
why.
sued her.
Yeah.
She's countersuing for $1.
I thought about that. What does she have to gain?
And he's a DJ.
Well, and I'm not, please me, I don't want to stick up for DJs. But I would say if I were on a jury, I would say, well, the photo is inconclusive, so I have to decide who I would believe. And I would say to myself, what does she have to gain? Maybe the attorney can prove that she's uptight and high-strung, and when he accidentally touched her rib cage like that, she freaked out. Maybe. I don't know.
Be tough to prove that.
Yeah. But I think the photo really is inconclusive because you don't...
No, it tells me everything I need to know.
Of course, Gina. You will jump to inconclusive. You jump to inconclusive, and when that doesn't work, you jump to conclusive. Classic horror novel and movie, The Exorcist.
Yes.
They're doing a live version of it.
Really?
Could be good if it's written right, and it's going to be in London's West End. It will open on Halloween or in October.
Do you have to wear like a Gallagher poncho if you're in the front row?
No, but you got to be 18 or older to see it.
Really? Theatrical
version of the bestseller will open at the Phoenix Theater in October, just before Halloween. Blatty's novel, William Peter Blatty's novel, which is not very well written. It's a much better movie than it is a book. Was released 40 years ago, and it was adapted to the movies in 1973. No one under the age of 18 will be granted admission to the theater to see the show about the young girl possessed by a demon.
Is it a musical?
It is not. It is not a musical.
Not a musical. Okay.
The power of Christ compels you.
And we mentioned that Disney is pulling all of its titles off Netflix.
Yes.
I mean, I knew it was a lot, but there's a list here of all the movies that will be gone. Live action movies like Air Bud, Alice Through the Looking Glass, Beverly Hills Chihuahua, Blank Check, Cool Runnings, Homeward Bound, Who Framed Roger Rabbit, animation, Atlantis, The Brave Little Toaster,
The Brave Little Toaster,
Fantasia, Finding Dory. Listen, The Prince and the Pauper.
Yes.
I mean, Tarzan, Marvel movies.
Now,
Captain America: Civil War, Doctor Strange.
Now, I saw that yesterday. As a matter of fact, I looked it up about the Star Wars movies.
Mm-hmm.
And I need to find that here.
Do they fall under a different
here it is. Disney CEO Bob Iger noted that while Disney's own movies would definitely move over to the new service, the rights of Star Wars and Marvel films are still being decided. And Lucasfilm as well.
Yeah, they're not listed on these, in this, the Star Wars movies, but the Marvel movies are.
My guess is distribution rights are laid out in those purchase agreements differently than stuff that was actually produced at Disney.
I mean, good for them doing this, but then it's yet again another app that you have to download and subscribe to, and
can we clean this all up somehow?
And if you don't have a smart TV, that means you're watching it on your phone or an iPad,
which is awful.
Which is, I don't want to, like that new Star Trek series. They spent a ton of money on special effects on that one. It looks beautiful, and I don't want to have to watch it on an iPad. I mean, luckily I have a smart TV.
Yeah, but not.
If
I would say most people don't have a smart.
Exactly. Yeah. All right. Sports weather traffic.
So, Major League Baseball players, it's Players Weekend, and they get to put their nickname on the back of their jersey just for that game. And I was just wondering what you guys would want to put on the back of your jersey for if you had a baseball jersey.
My name?
No, nickname.
Nickname.
A nickname that would put...
Because mine would be Boots. I want a baseball jersey with Boots on the back of it. But
I don't
No?
know. Switch hitter.
Really?
Really? I didn't know, Bill.
Paging Dr. Freud.
No idea.
No, I can bat from the left and the right.
Oh.
Lumber. How about lumber?
Swinging lumber?
Yeah, that's what they call
Is that the way you run?
Lumber.
No, you don't
Well,
want to.
the,
All right.
the Geek Show guys call me the Admiral or the Captain.
Okay, there
so-
you go, Captain.
Yeah.
That's all. That's all I was looking for.
Well, my nickname, it starts with an A.
Oh.
You
Asterisk.
can't, you know,
Yeah.
you can't.
You don't want-
No, you
No,
can't.
you're not-
No,
they're
you
not-
couldn't. They wouldn't do that.
Not going to let you do that. Chance of thunderstorms still later this afternoon. Highs around 91.
My wife is saying snot rocket.
Snot rocket.
Yeah, sniffer.
Sniffer. You would be sniffer.
I've heard from a friend of the program. Hey, Gina, there's a pile of metal lying in the middle of the highway in Roy, causing a little bit of slowage as people are going around that. Thank you for letting me know that. Let's see. If we have anything else to report. Crash westbound 80 at State Street, exit ramp, blocking 2 right lanes. Traffic is backed to 13th East in Sugar House. But that's about it. We have a light traffic day today.
Here's boner candidate number 3. We mentioned this story yesterday, and Stephen Colbert in a clip we had mentions it as well. But it's God says, nuke 'em till they glow. It's an evangelical advisor to President Trump said the president, the commander-in-chief, has God's authority to take out North Korean leader Kim Jong-un. Quote, when it comes to how we should deal with evildoers, the Bible, the book of Romans, it's very clear. God has empowered rulers with full powers to use whatever means necessary, including war, to stop evil. In the case of North Korea, God has given Donald Trump authority to take out Kim Jong-un, said Texas mega church pastor Robert Jeffress. Jeffress, who campaigned for Donald Trump and held a church service at the inauguration, released the statement to the Christian Broadcasting Network after President Trump said North Korea's threats would be met by fire and fury. I am heartened to see that our president, contrary to what we've seen with past administrations who've taken at best a sheepish stance toward dictators and oppressors, will not tolerate any threat against the American people. The passage in Romans says, in the Bible, that the one in authority is God's servant for your good. Voter candidate number 3, God says nuke 'em till they glow.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Voter candidate number 1, proofreaders are hard to find and they don't come cheap, but they really should have employed one for this counting book.
Well, the chat room says that one of those bananas is a plantain, and so it's correct.
Well, that's still not correct because it says 5 bananas.
5
it
bananas.
should say 4 bananas and 1 plantain equals 5, but it doesn't say that. So the chat room...
Well, it should say 5 bananas plus 1 plantain.
...is up in the night. Yeah, 5 bananas plus 1 plantain. Yeah, that's number 1. Boner candidate number 2, get away from my tokens. A 53-year-old man kicking a 6-year-old girl out of the way because she was helping him, she said, pick up his Chuck E. Cheese tokens.
But he thought that she was stealing them.
And boner candidate number 3, God says nuke 'em till they glow.
There you go. Let's vote. This is round 2. You got to decide which one of these 3 candidates is the worst and therefore most deserving to go forward to Boner Dome for Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. All right. 1, 2, or 3 are the candidate numbers. You remember the candidate number you think should win? Put it in the message of your text. And then text that to 33986. You can call, use your voice, 877-602-9696. Or you can go to x96.com, look for the box that says Round 2, August 10th, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh. It should appear. All right. Less than 300 seconds. Let's go. It's Boner Round 2.
X96.
Gina, most people, when you go to a party and someone turns on the TV, the party goes from within about 15 minutes to everybody staring blankly at the television.
That's true.
And not talking to each other.
That is true.
So it'll be a good thing to do at the party.
Yeah.
The point of the party, if you're having a TV party, then yeah, turn on the TV.
Yeah.
Otherwise, don't.
Yeah.
Is that why your parties don't work?
I don't
Gina?
know.
Could that
I'm not
be
good
it?
at having parties.
When's the last time you gave a party?
I don't know. What counts as a party? Is having people over a party? Or do you have to have like a celebration of something?
No, I think if you invite people over, it's a party. Even if it's a family dinner, it's a family dinner party.
Oh, then we have those all the time.
Do you?
Yeah.
And the TV goes on.
No.
After dinner?
No. No TV.
During dinner?
No. Music.
Oh.
That's it. No TV.
I love people who watch TV during dinner and have TVs in their kitchens and stuff. That's just really odd,
Just says,
I think.
we don't want to talk to each
Yeah.
other ever for any reason.
Yeah, it's just really strange. I knew a family who had a small TV on their dinner table, and they would eat dinner and watch television.
Sitting on the table.
Yeah, sitting on the corner of the dinner table, a small television, and it was on when they ate dinner.
So they never talked to each
No,
other.
not much.
Maybe that kept the fights down.
Well, that's what I'm thinking.
Now, when we watch TV and eat at the same time, it's because usually we don't have the time to do them both proper.
So then do you take
we
the
have to
food to the
combine.
couch?
Yeah. Take the food downstairs.
When I first met my wife, I was not adverse to doing that. I was also not adverse to having a television in the bedroom, and she was against both of those things. And so we have not done them in, I haven't done them in years,
Mhm.
and now I can't imagine doing it.
Even
I just-
having a TV in your bedroom?
No, God, no. No TV in the bedroom.
Why?
Especially not in the bedroom.
Why especially not in the bedroom?
Because
You don't like to get under the covers and...
Because it's useless. For me, it's useless. If I had a TV in the bedroom, I mean, when I go in the bedroom and get in the bed, you know what I do? Bonk! Sleep. Within 2 minutes, I'm out. And if there was a TV in the bedroom, I would be out within 30 seconds. I mean, it would serve no use. It would just serve absolutely no purpose to me to have a TV in the bedroom.
Got to have a TV in the bedroom.
Do you always watch TV before you go to bed?
No, it gets turned on maybe once a week.
But you gotta have it.
But you got to have it. Those Saturday mornings when you wake up and you're not going anywhere and you're just kind of lying there, you're like, oh, let's see what's on.
Yeah.
That'd be
Let's
nice.
watch little cartoons.
See,
That would be nice.
You know what you need?
You know.
You need what we have is like a cabinet that you can just totally
Yeah.
shut it off.
That's
so
what
if
we
you-
have.
So you can
Well, and then
pretend
there's-
there's no TV in there until you really
The other
want
reason
one.
you need the TV in the bedroom is, well, the porn. But that's
Well, yeah, you-
another subject altogether that
They have porn on TV?
Sure.
You can put the porn on.
Really?
Uh-huh.
You control the vertical. You control the horizontal.
No, the porn controls the vertical. Just a quick note here. Is a statistic for you. Only 1 out of 9 people say that they would donate, when they died, would donate their uterus for transplant.
Why only?
One
now,
out
are
of 9.
these people?
Only 1 out of 9 said that they would allow a family member to donate a uterus. They're doing uterus transplants in they're playing God in Russia or someplace like that.
Are these people that would donate other organs?
Yeah.
So you can have my eyes, you can have my kidneys.
Can't have my uterus.
Why?
Uterus donation, they think is. Oh, it was in Saudi Arabia. I think it was done. Doctors in Saudi Arabia. I guess they. I don't know. Okay, Gina, would you donate your uterus?
You can have whatever you want of mine when I die. Because guess what? I'm dead.
Richie's raised his hands.
You can have it, honey.
I'd keep it in a box. I'd use it for a catcher's mitt.
Please use. Everything is very well preserved.
I think people think it's just too creepy. Your uterus is well preserved.
Sure.
It's low mileage.
Only had
One
2
owner?
kids.
It's a one
I only
owner?
drive it to and from church on Sunday, and that's it.
Yep. Well, okay. Good.
Please
Okay.
have it.
All right.
Take my uterus.
Weekday mornings from 6 to 10 a.m. on X96.
Just a
All
quick
right.
note.
Time to award round 2 of the boner voting.
And round 2 is brought to you in part by a delicious caprese sandwich.
Nice.
And we're more than halfway through the show,
Yeah.
and there are no s'mores.
Well, it is National S'mores Day.
I was told they were working on that.
Somebody needs to bend a knee to Gina.
I don't ask for much.
No, you sure don't.
All right. It's brought to you by National S'more Day. Dylan, are you?
Yes.
All right, in a minute, I'm going to ask you to do something. And if you behave yourself, I have a s'mores treat for you.
Well.
What?
Nope,
Conditional
s'mores.
Conditionals for s'mores.
right.
Playing the Warped Tour, conditional s'mores.
All right, we had boner candidate number 1, which was proofreaders are hard to find. It's a book, a counting book, a little kid's counting book, and it says 5 bananas, but there are 6 bananas on the page. Boner candidate number 2, get away from my tokens! It's a 53-year-old man kicking a 6-year-old girl out of the way at a Chuck E. Cheese because she was trying to get his tokens. He dropped them on the floor. And boner candidate number 3, God says, nuke 'em till they glow. Pastor Jeffress, who says, I've spoken to God, and God says Donald Trump has the authority. He has the power. He is within his rights to just do whatever he wants to North Korea. Go ahead. Go get him. Nuke him. Gene Chase, the guy, I guess, who made our road signs.
Made our road signs, yeah.
He won the Gracie's gift card. And the winner, boner candidate number 3, God says, nuke 'em till they go.
All right, that will now. It is the winner of round 2, and we'll go forward to fight the winner of round 1 in the Boner Dome for Boner Fight. It may be Boner of the Day. We'll do that at 9:25.
Listen, we have not just one, we have 2 emails of interest.
Well, I hope we have time for both.
Okay.
Let's find out.
Hurry.
It's emails of interest.
Emails of interest. I'll go first.
Okay.
This is from Lars. Hello, I'm contacting you to let you know I'll be passing through Salt Lake this coming weekend. Why should you care about this, you may ask? Well, I have made a pecan pie cheesecake for Carrie and Bill and whoever else would like some.
Yep.
I knew Gina wouldn't go anywhere near
Nope.
anything when a homemade with 4 cats, so I figured I might as well make something that she wouldn't eat anyway. But don't worry, Gina, I have something for you, too.
Oh.
I realize the timing isn't the best, especially since I'm hoping to get it to you Sunday morning. And I just heard you say you'll be up at Snowbird this weekend. I wish I was driving through on a weekday and I could stop at the studio and drop your goodies off, but hopefully I can meet somebody somewhere. I'm not sure how that will happen, Lars. Hard to believe I've been a friend of the program for 15 years, and I apologize that 13 of those years have been from out of state. I wouldn't expect you to remember me since I can't even remember how long ago I met you in person for the first time. However, the drive through Bicknell was something that I'll never forget. I left Gallup, New Mexico since then and have been living in Flagstaff. I've become quite famous among friends and family for my cheesecake making ability. I hope you'll get some.
Well,
what is he going to do? Just leave it on our porch?
Well, Richie says he'll get a hold of him and he will coordinate a transfer of cheesecake.
All right, so that was an email of interest.
Love you guys, Lars.
I have an email of interest.
You have an email of interest?
This is from friend of the program, Dina.
Okay.
I was listening to your show today, and I heard you talk about an upcoming play needing a small golden dog for their September performances. This was Pioneer Theater Company's doing a Curious Incident of the Dog in the Nighttime. And she says, I had an idea. Instead of putting out a casting call on social media, it would be amazing if they could take a dog from a local shelter, advertise it in the program that the dog appearing in the play is up for adoption. If you were adopted, they could select another one and maybe have a different animal.
You know, when they did Annie here, there's a dog in Annie. I forget the dog's name, but they did get it from. They got the dogs from the Humane. I think it was just one from the Humane Society because my sister-in-law had to go up there every night from the Humane Society to the Pioneer Theater.
So maybe they could do that again. I think that's a lovely idea, Dina. She said, "Will you pass my idea along?"
There you go.
I'm passing it along.
Is that how you have
This
passed
is
it
you
along?
putting it out there.
Yeah.
I mean, you could maybe be proactive and call
make a call at least.
Pioneer Theater.
I could. Maybe I will.
No, you won't.
Maybe.
You won't. There, and I did hear from the Pioneer Theater. They said Pioneer Memorial Theater. They said, it's supposed to be a small white dog.
No, golden.
Golden, light colored.
Light colored.
A light colored dog, and they said, don't try to fool us and don't bring your small children up there and say they're dogs. There have been several people taking their little kids up there.
They're light-colored children?
Light-colored babes in arms to say, here, this is a light...
Huh?
No, that's not a dog, ma'am. Don't do that. So, I've been trying.
Right, so those were all emails of interest. Some interest.
Some interest.
Yeah.
That's what it is now. It's emails of some interest.
If you have a interesting email, you just send it to radiofromhell@x96.com.
All right, thank you.
Crash westbound 80 at State Street exit ramp. It's blocking 2 right lanes, and traffic is back to 13th East and Sugar House. And that's about it. We've had a fairly light traffic morning today. I don't know if that stuff's still on the road in Roy. This is I-15 southbound, 5600 south. Hopefully they have removed the things in the road and traffic is getting by there.
We're talking about the dogs, and they do soil your home occasionally, carpets and furniture.
I have a new puppy.
Yeah. And you'll have zero res at your house a lot, I'm thinking. When I've had zero res at my house, I have to say they are the most professional.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And they're just great the way they come in and they do their job and they do it right the first time. And and also Zero Res does specialty stuff too. I don't have a lot of carpeting in my house, but I have a couple of really old Persian rugs. And I said, Zero Res, can you guys do that?
Mm-hmm.
And they said, yeah. They took them.
Mm-hmm. They did.
And they took them they said, we have to clean them in a special way. So they took them and cleaned them and then brought them back. So
I need to have them up to my place to do the tile.
They do you'll be surprised how clean it looks when they're done.
So Zero Res, they've got a great deal right now. They say good things come in threes, like the Radio from Hell show, Carrie, Bill, and Gina. They're a better company, better cleaning, better value. And right now, if you mention us, you can have your carpets cleaned for just $33 a room. And then when you mention Radio from Hell, they'll put it in a 4th room for free. Some restrictions apply. Call Zero Res at 801-2880. That's 288-9376, or go to zerores.com.
X96.
My grandpa never said that. What was that all about?
Fine, I won't say anything.
No,
then.
we're not saying don't say anything. We're trying to. For how many years have you been here? We're trying to still teach you. Please say things. But, wait for a break in the sentence. When someone is in mid-sentence, you don't start talking.
I might forget what I was going to say.
There is that. There is that.
There's an unplanned course change being fed into the instrument, sir.
The minute it comes to me.
No, Leanne, we're not going to stop being mean to Gina. Go away. I'm not answering that call.
Well, no, let me talk to Leanne. Hi, Leanne. How are you?
Hi, how are you?
Now, Leanne, have you been listening this morning?
I have.
Yeah, I don't think of being particularly mean to Gina.
Well, okay, you guys are always picking on her at some point. You have to be nice to her.
Why?
I might cry.
Yeah, see?
I think...
don't make Gina cry.
Okay.
That's
You
not
know,
nice.
Leanne,
we
you
won't.
and Gina are single-handedly putting women's rights into the Middle Ages. All right? You fight like hell for equal rights to work just like the men, and then you get here and expect special treatment.
No, it's not special treatment. It's called don't be mean.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's
It's
special
just
treatment.
Don't be mean.
Don't
That's
be
all
mean,
there
or
is
you
to
might
it.
make
You-
her cry.
You have to understand Carrie's mean to everyone.
Yes.
Thanks, Leanne.
Thank you,
You're
Leanne.
welcome. I
See you
love
later.
you guys.
See you later.
Oh, my God. Michelle.
Hi, Michelle.
Hi.
How are you this morning?
I'm just fine.
You're a great Americanist. What can we do for you?
I just wanted to tell you to be nice to Gina. That's
Oh,
all I wanted.
okay, thanks.
I was feeling sad for her.
See,
No.
you were going to cry for me,
No.
huh?
I was.
No.
I think I had a couple of tears welling
Michelle,
up, and
do
I
you
thought,
think
you know
that-
what? This is wrong.
Michelle, do you think women need special
No, wait a
treatment in the
minute.
workplace?
I never said they needed special treatment.
No, I'm asking you a question.
No.
Okay, then.
Michelle,
But there's a difference between special treatment and just common courtesy.
Michelle.
And being nice.
Michelle, is it common courtesy? Now, have you've been listening this morning?
Yes.
Yes.
All I'm trying to do is get through this feature.
Yeah.
And Gina is saying, "Oh, you know that's what happened to the."
How is that
you
common
know-
courtesy?
So you know what I did? I stopped and said, "Well, then tell us all about it." Apparently,
you were
it's
being sarcastic.
apparently.
And then you yelled at her a
I
minute
didn't-
later for like
I-
5 minutes. You
I
guys
didn't-
stop. You just
All
kept
right,
going.
No, I
Michelle.
didn't yell.
Michelle.
And going.
I didn't yell.
Michelle.
All right.
Michelle. Is it common courtesy to interrupt someone when they're speaking?
No, but she said she was sorry.
I'm
But
very
she says
sorry.
she's sorry every day.
But I'm really, really sorry.
Oh, wait a minute. Michelle's right. Gina said she was
said,
sorry.
I'm sorry, and you kept going, and you kept going, and I thought, that poor girl is either
Again,
gonna cry or
Michelle,
quit.
you and Gina are setting back women's rights 30 or 40 years.
I have to disagree with you.
I think it's
Just
only 20.
apologize, Michelle.
Michelle,
Just tell Carrie you're sorry.
You're wrong, and you know why?
Why am
Because
I
you're a
wrong?
woman. That's why, okay?
But thanks for
If
trying.
I were as smart as you guys, I'd know when.
Sentence number 1 in Spanish, please.
¿Qué dijo el pavo de Acción de Gracias después de la cena? Estoy lleno.
Wow.
¿Qué dijo el pavo de Acción de Gracias después de la cena? Estoy lleno.
Yes, no. Estoy lleno. Ajá.
Estoy lleno.
Estoy lleno.
Estoy lleno.
¿Qué dijo el pavo de acción de gracias después?
Después.
Después. Gracias después de la cena estoy lleno. Wow.
Estoy lleno.
Wow. All right.
Okay, that's good, Gina.
All right.
And in English, Mario?
You know, I was talking to someone, and then they said, how come Gina always said just the last word? She never said the whole sentence. Estoy lleno.
How do you say because she's very lazy?
Porque es muy floja.
Muy floja. Muy floja. Mhm. Go ahead in English, Mario.
Okay. What did the Thanksgiving turkey say after dinner?
I don't know what.
I'm stuffed.
Estoy lleno.
Stop.
Estoy lleno.
Estoy lleno. All right, and sentence number 2 in Spanish, please.
Algo de porra para Brigham Young. Otros para la Universidad de Utah. Yo le voy a las porristas.
Algo de porra para Brigham Young, otros para la Universidad de Utah. Utah, yo le voy a las porristas.
Sí.
Algo de porra para Brigham Young, otros para la Universidad de Utah. Yo le voy a las porristas.
¡A las porristas!
And that is in English, Mario?
Some cheer for Brigham Young, others for the University of Utah. I cheer for the cheerleaders.
Yay! The only way to go.
But not when my wife is around.
No.
Yep.
No. Mario, are you going to have a big traditional Thanksgiving dinner?
Yes, sir.
What will you have?
We're going to have turkey. I'm sorry, pavo.
Pavo. Acción de gracias.
What else will you have?
You know, usually we meet at El Farol.
Oh, do you?
We met at El Farol, so we all bring a dish.
Yeah.
So
and have
pavo is gonna be there for reals.
So you'll have the turkey at the restaurant, and then
some other dishes, salads, and.
What will your wife bring, or do you cook?
I don't cook.
Yeah, your wife will cook.
My wife will cook,
and she will bring.
Let me call her.
No, it's all right. Thanks, Mario.
I don't know what she'll bring.
I'm sure she appreciates the fact that you know what she's bringing. There you go. They're in town at, let's see, Saltaire on Saturday night.
Mm-hmm.
Rancid and the Dropkick Murphys. That's a hell of a show.
It's Utah's own Brandon Steinecker.
That's right.
We have a giveaway here.
Yes, what are we?
X96 welcomes 311 to USANA Amphitheater August 12th with special guests Blue October and New Politics. Tickets are on sale at all Smith Tix locations, or perhaps you will win them from us right now by texting the correct keyword to 33986. I'll give you the keyword in just a moment. If you win the tickets, you'll also be qualified for a meet and greet with 311. Here is the keyword, chaos. I will spell that for you because you will spell it wrong. Yep. CHAOS. CHAOS. Chaos.
All right. Thank you. Let's see, 906 right now.
Now, what is this we're supposed to do here?
Yeah, what are we doing?
This isn't the snack I wanted.
Well, yeah, it's National S'mores Day.
Must you be so demanding all the time?
I'm not demanding
you
all
are.
the time. I never ask for anything.
You absolutely
Name
not true.
the last thing I asked for.
Days off.
No, she didn't ask. We're
I just
incorrect.
take
No, you just
those.
take those. It's true.
What do we got here,
So
Dylan?
earlier this week, we were talking about Pop-Tarts and the new Pop-Tarts flavor.
I said I saw them at Rite Aid, the Jolly Rancher Cherry, I think it was.
Which
They have two. There's the Pop-Tarts Jolly Rancher Cherry and the Pop-Tarts Jolly Rancher Green Apple.
Ooh,
It's just-
which if I'm picking a Jolly Rancher, I'm picking a green apple.
Right,
but I
but-
don't know if I want it in a Pop-Tart
yeah.
form.
That's the thing.
I'm just going to break a little piece
Oh, you
on
don't want the
it.
whole thing?
They're neon green.
Neon green.
There's nothing in nature this color.
Give me I'll just take the rest of it.
Oh, yeah, there is.
It smells
You've
like
had children.
It smells like a Jolly
It smells like a Jolly
It does.
Rancher.
It smells just like the Jolly Rancher.
And it smells just like a Jolly Rancher from
Oh.
across the room.
Oh, my God.
Oh, that's terrible.
It tastes like...
That's terrible.
It tastes like what?
Because it's dry, it's that dry Pop-Tarty thing.
It kind of tastes like a Jolly Rancher. And that's not a good...
And I don't think warming this up would make it any
Yeah,
better.
I was just speculating that myself.
No.
It isn't. It doesn't have as strong of a taste as I thought it might.
I think it's really strong.
I mean, I felt like it tastes like chemicals for
Yeah.
sure.
I'm just always amazed
Well, it's a
that
Pop-Tart.
this started in a boardroom meeting.
Pop-Tart.
Where the flavors, and somebody said, okay, everybody had to come to the meeting with, you got to come with 3 new flavor ideas.
Could it be that and I don't know, they also own Jolly Rancher? Well, we own Jolly Rancher.
That's a thought.
Synergy, people.
Apparently, there's also a watermelon one.
Oh, good. Okay, here's a comparison.
No, probably not.
These, Miss Barberi, take
Yes.
the whole one.
Take a whole one. Oh, it's a s'more
That right there, my
Pop-Tart.
dear, is a s'more Pop-Tart.
Oh.
Do you want a
I
whole
know.
one, Bill?
I know a s'more Pop-Tart when I see one. Thank you, Dylan.
Well, what about the cherry?
I'm not made of money.
Oh, okay.
I got the one that I thought would be the worst, to be honest.
Oh, and it's fresh.
Carrie s'more Pop-Tart?
Sure.
It's National
Gina,
S'mores Day,
There is
everybody.
no such thing as a fresh Pop-Tart.
It is, because it's soft.
Now, let's compare and contrast which one is better.
Well, you know what I'm going to say.
I do. Bill, what do you think?
Well, this is better, but that's really that's very comparative. I mean, it's just.
I didn't ask if it was good.
You see, it's the gram.
So it's a graham cracker Pop-Tart instead of your traditional Pop-Tart.
Yeah, it's darker.
Why are you even thinking about this? This is way better than that.
Chocolate
nasty-
frosting.
It is better.
Chocolate frosting, and then on the inside there's chocolate and marshmallow filling.
But
And I can tell you,
it's still not good.
I can tell you, as good as this is, it is better toasted.
I'm gonna as good as this is, as good as this is. But again, I'm gonna eat the whole thing because I'm hungry. But it's not good.
You don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know why anybody ever buys these things.
This slightly toasted with some milk would be all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, in my expert opinion, the s'mores Pop-Tart is the best of the Pop-Tarts. Better than original.
Of all the Pop-Tarts in the world.
Of all the Pop-Tarts in the world. My personal favorite is s'mores. So I'm really glad that this fell on National S'mores Day. And Gina, there's more in here.
No, you take
we'll
those
hide
home.
these. We'll hide these away, and we'll
Yes.
have them for breakfast next week.
Okay.
Hide them.
What?
Bill can't have any.
No, he doesn't appreciate them.
No, you're right. I don't. I'm eating this because I'm hungry, but I'm ashamed.
Dylan, you rose to the occasion, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, it's my pleasure, and I don't know what we're going to do with the rest of these Jolly Rancher green apple Pop-Tarts.
You know,
Give them to the poor.
You should go to the Radio from Hell Facebook page, and there's a video there from glamping where I make s'mores. I bet Bill hasn't watched it. He wasn't there when
He
it
wasn't there.
happened.
They can't possibly be as good as these Pop-Tarts.
We found something that Gina can do extremely well.
Make s'mores. So
She's the s'more queen.
You must be proud.
in honor of S'more Day, I would ask you to go to the Radio from Hell Facebook page and watch the s'more making video.
And speaking of the Radio from Hell Facebook page, it's Thursday, which is our Facebook Live day, and the s'more maker herself, Gina Barberi, will be on today. Maybe you can. She'll take your questions. Maybe you can do some old-splaining of some things on your Facebook.
Right after the show.
Right after the show, just at 10:05.
You want me to old splain on?
Sure. Something,
Okay.
Something. You got to do something because we're going live. We're doing it live.
So it'll be like 10 after 10 or something like that?
Yeah, a little after 10.
All right.
She has to go get a Diet Coke and that kind of thing.
Be watching our Facebook page then, the Radio from Hell Facebook. Oh, God. All right, so we got Boner Fight coming up, but before that, a little bit of news. Stand by for that. Yes.
If you're driving down the street, and you're eating a Pop-Tart, and you're not paying attention to what you're doing, and it can happen. You get in an accident.
No, you're going the wrong way with this.
Oh, well, then your car will need to be repaired because the engine will be screwed up at XL Automotive Repair.
I was just at Excel Automotive Repair.
All right.
And I don't know why I always think there's something wrong with my brakes. I think I've watched too many movies where the brakes go out. This is like the third time I've taken it to Excel and said, "Are you sure everything's okay with these?" They could have taken me to the cleaners for new brakes 3 different times. This is how honest
the cleaners
they are.
do not do brakes, Gina.
This is how honest they are. The guys at Excel are honest mechanics, and they'll say, "Yeah, no, they're just dirty. We need to clean them." But if you do need some work done, you know that they're going to do a good job with it.
Don't forget their $50 used car check. You're thinking of buying a used vehicle at XL. Before you buy it, Test drive it to Excel for their bumper-to-bumper used car check. They'll tell you if it's a lemon or a good deal. Limit 2 cars per $50 deal. There are in the corner of 33rd South and 3rd East. Excel Automotive Repair.
Strong Volkswagen and X96 present Pepper, Saturday, September 23rd.
Now, speaking of dramatic interpretations, no, wait.
Thespians.
What you guys do there is not really that at all, is it?
It's dramatic.
They're putting on a show.
Yeah, we're putting on a show.
They found some old costumes in a trunk.
And they're going to save the school. Or the church or whatever. Hey.
Last night at the theater doing my show, Spirit of the Holidays.
Plug the theater.
At the Desert Star.
Yeah, plug it.
Plays until New Year's. A friend of the program came to the show and brought her family. She had actually just previously been. She went and grabbed herself a best of CD and then decided to come.
So a real
and
friend
watch
of the
show.
program.
Yeah, a due friend of the program. And then came to the show. I said I knew that she was going to be there. She was there with her husband. I said, "Well, stick around afterwards. I'll say hello, see what you thought of the show." Mm-hmm. And afterwards, we were talking, and her mother tried to adopt me.
Huh?
From what I understand, because we talk about how my family is trying to push me out
of
the
you're
house.
You're a big
very
kid
much
now.
so.
26 years old.
It's
You have
time
the
to have your
college
own-
degree. You don't clean your room. It's time to get out. A woman, the mother of this friend of the program, offered to adopt me last night. You can put a lock on your door, Richie. I've got the whole basement to yourself.
You're considering this, aren't you?
I started the application process last night.
Yeah, why don't you go sponge off someone else?
Your
It's
family's
not
tired.
sponging.
Well, what do you call it?
Well, what do you give them in return?
A show?
I-
do you
I can
dance and sing and perform
I
for
sing
them?
in the shower, and that carries throughout the house. And I'm good at lawn mowing. That doesn't do any well in the.
No.
I can shovel snow.
You never have time to do any of these
I can do
things.
any of that stuff, but they offered, and so I'm seriously considering, because it's over in Sugar House,
You are seriously considering.
moving in. Maybe not on a permanent basis, but becoming a resident of this home for
This
like a
will
month.
end badly.
This is a little creepy, Richie.
Someone just.
You mean this isn't like when Fonzie moved in with the Cunninghams?
That's what
for
he's
the
thinking.
garage?
That's what
Yeah.
he's thinking.
You mean it's not like that at all?
Hey, Mr. and Mrs. C.
Because that never happens. I'm sorry, Richie.
I don't need much.
It is a little weird.
You know what we really need is a few episodes of Happy Days done by squirrels. Wouldn't that be?
Oh,
Just to go back to that for a second.
that would be awesome.
Sit on it.
I'm convinced though
Yeah.
that I could move out, not have a place, and find places to stay.
Oh, I'm convinced.
Of course, yeah.
Well, you do it. You do it anyway.
Well, no, but I mean, I could move out of mom's, move out of dad's,
Yeah.
and I'm seriously considering
just-
that come the first of the
Just
year,
rotate around.
and just
You'd be
go
living
around.
out of your car is what you'd be doing.
which is no different than what I'm doing at this point. Really, if you've seen my car,
Yeah.
yeah.
I said something to Richie the other day. I said, "Why don't we go in your car?" And he said, "Because there's only room for the driver."
As dawn comes out of the east and spreads down the quiet streets.
Radio from Hell. Gary, Bill, and Gina in the morning, and alternative music all day. X96.
All right, 9:20. We got Boner Fight here in about 5 minutes or so. But first, a little bit of news.
Brought to you by Oktoberfest, and we're headed up there to kick it all off at Snowbird. Enjoy classic German beer, food, music every Saturday and Sunday, including Labor Day through October 15th. So we're going to do our show there tomorrow from Snowbird. Oktoberfest starts on Saturday.
Yes.
But you're welcome to join us for the show. We'll do it from the Forklift Restaurant there right on the plaza. 6 to 10, the whole show will be there up at Snowbird. For more information, go to snowbird.com.
I'm a little worried about Bill Murray.
Why?
Well, so Groundhog's Day.
The play?
The movie was about, and the play is too, about a guy who was like relives the same moments every
same day over and over.
And he can't seem to get out of that loop.
Yes.
So yesterday, Bill Murray went to see the play, and Bill Murray was the star of the movie. He went to see the play in New York. There's I guess it's a musical of it, and then he went to see it again the next day. I'm afraid he may be
stuck in a
loop.
Stuck in a Groundhog Day
well,
loop.
Where's Andy McDowell? We need her to get him out of it.
She's
Google image.
She's not.
You want to see what Andy's up to?
I want to see what Andy looks like.
She looks pretty good.
She now has as many craters in her
No,
face
she
as
doesn't.
Bill Murray does.
No. Here, you want a current photo of Andy McDowell?
Yeah, she looks fine.
Apparently, the play really moved Bill Murray.
He went. No, he did. He went. Yeah. He said, "I really liked it," and he went again. He was with some people the first time. This time, he just went by himself.
Apparently, it was like backstage. He was in tears and just like, this is such a wonderful story. And
here you go.
Does he have a cut of it? He probably has a cut of it.
He might.
She's 57.
Oh wow,
she looks good.
She looks great.
Yeah.
All right, be on the alert.
Okay. I'm always on alert.
For the seventh, yeah, right. Listen, a bat, a rabid bat could come and bite you on the butt, and you wouldn't know it.
Are you kidding me?
I wouldn't know it.
For the 7th time this year, a Utah bat has tested positive for rabies, according to the Utah Public Health Laboratory. They warn that in addition to contact with wild animals, another route of exposure is via contact with pets or livestock that have come in contact with potentially infected wildlife. Signs of rabies include, these are the symptoms, and Gina, I maintain that you have exhibited many of these.
I am on alert.
You have exhibited many of these symptoms.
Okay.
Changes in normal behavior, like aggression. Well, no, you haven't done that.
Yet.
Attacking without provocation. You do that all the time.
What?
Foaming at the mouth. I've seen that happen. No interested in food or water. Well, no. Staggering, you do that.
This is you, Bill.
And
You're describing
paralysis.
you.
Paralysis?
Paralysis.
Well, you have that.
Yeah.
I'm
afraid to move.
All the others, though, I think.
I think we both have some of them because you attack without provocation.
Provoked?
You attack me all the time.
I'm on alert.
You provoke me.
You provoke me.
Infected bats may be seen flying around during the daytime or resting on the ground because they're tired of flying around in the daytime.
I know how they feel.
It also is possible that bats display no noticeable signs of infection. If you see a bat, don't pick it up.
I wasn't going to.
No,
I'm on alert, see?
But some people will.
I will be at work every day next week.
And I was going to make this a boner candidate because it had a really...
I had to think. I didn't know if that was true or not. No, I won't.
Oh.
It's first day of school.
Should I just delete this one?
I never asked for anything.
I'll just delete this one.
I will be at work every day next week. Yeah, don't.
I'll just delete that because we'll never use that.
I was going to make this a boner candidate, but and I would have called it, "Hey, law school, where's our care package?" A Utah attorney is facing felony charges after he was allegedly caught trying to smuggle heroin and cocaine into the Weber County Jail.
Oops.
Attorney Tony Miles, charged with 1 count of forgery and other charges, according to a statement. The jail received a tip indicating that Miles was smuggling narcotics into the jail while visiting an inmate, Tito Alves. In a separate investigation, Alves and 2 other inmates, Lyric Ete and Jeremy Eli were caught with narcotics while incarcerated in the same pod at the jail. Police determined that Alves and Ete had discussed someone they called law school.
Is law school bringing the package?
Yeah, his law school is bringing them a care package. Police determined that Attorney Miles had visited Ete several times in February and March, and so they started watching him to see if he was the source of smuggling, and indeed he was, allegedly. And Megyn Kelly's co-workers.
Does she still have a job?
Well,
they don't like her. NBC News is sparing no expense on their new star, Megyn Kelly, and the lavish spending is starting to make some of her colleagues angry. Kelly is on a 5-day nationwide tour to visit affiliates in major markets, and she's traveling on a charter jet with support staff of 5 or 6 people, including a hairstylist, a makeup artist, a publicist, and a security detail. Don't ask that question.
She doesn't need a chartered plane. There are planes that go to every place she's going.
Stop. Don't ask that question, because if your company said to you, listen, we want to make sure that everything's okay for you. We're going to charter a jet for you, and you're going to have food and then a hair company. You wouldn't say, well, I don't need that. There's a plane that flies. You would say, okay.
I hate to defend Megyn Kelly, but in this instance, they've got her visiting like 2 cities a day.
And, well, that's different.
You know, a different affiliate in each city. So in order to do it, and in just 1 week, they're hitting as many as they can in 1 week, and so that is making it faster and more efficient. I hate defending.
Listen, there are planes that go to every one of those cities at any time of the day. She doesn't need that, and she can do her own damn hair with a can of hairnet and a brush.
That's right.
It's Boner Fight with Radio from Hell on X96.
I mean a can of Aquanet.
Aquanet.
Not hairnet.
It's never just hairspray. It's always Aquanet.
Yeah. All right.
Here we go.
These are the Boner candidates. From round 1, the winner. Take one of these to school and act like a boss. The Walmart store, they don't know which one it is yet, or at least of this writing they didn't know. They had a gun display, rifles, I believe it was, and then they put a sign over it that says, own the school year like a hero. So back to school display for selling rifles.
Yep.
And Boner candidate number 2, God says, nuke 'em all. It's an evangelical advisor to Donald Trump saying that the president has God's authority to take out North Korea. That's number 2.
We are in a theocracy.
Well, and if God says it, I believe it, and that settles it.
Is it Sharia law? I don't. Anyway, there you go. Those are the candidates. You decide which one of these should be Boner of the Day. 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number. Put the number of the candidate that you think should win in the message of your text. Just 1 or 2. And then text that to 33986. Pretty easy. You can call. That's just as easy. 877-602-9696. Use your voice. Or go to x96.com and look for the box that says Boner Fight August 10th. And you just click on that and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh. It'll appear, so I'm told. All right, you got 300 seconds. Boner of the Day, it's Boner Fight.
When Radio from Hell ends at 10, John Smith gives you a 1-hour nonstop music wingding. Yeah.
Now, speaking of dramatic interpretations, no, wait.
Thespians.
What you guys do there is not really that at all, is it?
It's dramatic.
They're putting on a show.
Yeah, we're putting on a show.
They found some old costumes in a trunk.
And they're going to save the school. Or the church or whatever. Hey.
Last night at the theater doing my show, Spirit of the Holidays.
Plug the theater.
At the Desert Star.
Yeah, plug it.
Plays until New Year's. A friend of the program came to the show and brought her family. She had actually just previously been. She went and grabbed herself a best of CD and then decided to come.
So a real friend of the
show.
program.
Yeah, a due friend of the program. And then came to came to the show. I said I knew that she was going to be there. She was there with her husband. I said, well, stick around afterwards. I'll say hello, see what you thought of the show. And afterwards, we were talking, and her mother tried to adopt me.
Huh?
From what I understand, because we talk about how my family is trying to push me out
Oh,
of
yeah.
the house.
You're a big
very
kid
much
now.
so.
26 years old,
It's
you have
time
the
to have your
college
own-
degree, you don't clean your room, it's time to get out. A woman, the mother of this friend of the program, offered to adopt me last night. You can put a lock on your door, Richie. I've got the whole basement to yourself.
You're considering this, aren't you?
I started the application process last night.
Yeah, why don't you go sponge off someone else?
Your
It's
family's
not
tired.
sponging.
Well, what do you call it?
Well, what do you give them in return?
A show?
I-
do you
I can
dance and sing and perform?
I
for
sing
them?
in the shower, and that carries throughout the house. And I'm good at lawn mowing. That doesn't do any well in the.
No.
I can shovel snow.
You never have time to do any of these
I can do any of
things.
that stuff, but they offered, and so I'm seriously considering, because it's over in Sugar House,
You are seriously considering.
moving in. Maybe not on a permanent basis, but becoming a resident of this home for
This
like a
will
month.
end badly.
This is a little creepy, Richie.
Someone just.
You mean this isn't like when Fonzie moved in with the Cunninghams?
That's what
for
he's
the
thinking.
garage?
That's what
Yeah.
he's thinking.
You mean it's not like that at all?
Hey, Mr. and Mrs. C.
Because that never happens. I'm sorry, Richie. It
I
is-
don't
it is a
need
little-
much.
It is a little weird.
You know what we really need is a few episodes of Happy Days done by squirrels. Wouldn't that be?
Oh,
Just to go back to that for a
that
second.
would be awesome.
Sit on it.
I'm convinced though
Yeah.
that I could move out, not have a place, and find places to stay.
Oh, I'm
Of
convinced.
course, yeah. You
Well,
could.
you do it. You do it anyway.
Well, no, but I mean, I could move out of mom's, move out of dad's,
Yeah.
and I'm seriously considering
just-
that come the first of the
Just
year,
rotate around.
and just
You'd be
go
living
around.
out of your car is what you'd be doing.
which is no different than what I'm doing at this point. Really, if you've seen my car,
Yeah.
yeah.
I said something to Richie the other day. I said, "Why don't we go in your car?" And he said, "Because there's only room for the drive."
with warmth and vigor.
Radio from Hell. Carrie, Bill, and Gina in the morning, and alternative music all day. X96.
Start the day.
It's 9:35. Time to award Boner of the Day.
And the Boner of the Day is brought to you in part by a caprese salad and a glass of wine, consumed entirely too late in the day.
Yes.
Which we'll hear more about in a moment. And us going up to Snowbird Oktoberfest. It starts Saturday, and we'll do our show from Snowbird tomorrow morning to help kick it off. And you're welcome to join us up there.
So,
yes.
We had number one. Sorry, I had grabbed something. We had number one, take one of these to school and act like a boss. That's the gun display at the Walmart that advertised guns as back-to-school items. And then Boner candidate number two, God says, nuke 'em, nuke 'em till they glow. A pastor saying that Donald Trump, the president, has God's authority to bomb North Korea, if that's what he chooses to do. Predictions?
Number one.
I will go with that.
By a huge margin.
Okay.
Boner candidate number one, take one of these to school and act like a boss.
There you go. That is the winner for Boner of the Day for Thursday, and it will compete to be Boner of the Week on Friday. So
you had a thing.
Yeah, last night I was asked to moderate what they were calling it a town hall for Dr. Kathy Allen, who's running for Congress. Jason Chaffetz, of course, has stepped aside.
You know what? This might be a good time to say, if John Curtis or Chris Herrod or Tanner Ainge, you are all welcome to come down here and
come down and scare us. That's fine.
You are call Richie, and we will happily talk to you on the air.
Yeah. And now Dr. Allen, I'd never met her before, read a little bit about her, and we've mentioned her, talked about her on the air. So she hosted this event at the Salt Lake County Council Chambers. And basically what it was is that it was about health care, wanted to talk about solutions for health care. And so she had three people with her, and each gave a presentation. One was Dr. Joe Jarvis. He's been in public health. He's been in private practice, and he's been in public health for a long time. And he talked about why the healthcare system is in such a mess, and really what needs to be done to fix it, and how a single payer system is
really the way to go.
Would be the solution.
What did he say about that?
Well, it's hard to go into all of the details about it, but basically, one of the interesting things he says is, the Republicans and and Democrats too say, well, it's the market which should dictate all of this. The market, if there is competition, prices will go down. And he said, this does not work.
No,
because so let's say that you have a Mercedes. And you say, here's a $25,000, the same identical cars, $25,000 for that Mercedes, $5,000 for that one.
It's a cheap Mercedes.
Well, you're going to buy the $5,000 one. You're going to go for because that's a great deal. But when you are faced with an appendectomy, this same thing does not hold true.
No.
You're not going to shop and go, well, let's see. There's a $2,500 appendectomy and a $200 appendectomy. Let's see, which one do I want?
I want someone to take my appendix out right now. That's what I want.
'Cause it hurts.
I don't have time to
doctor shop.
So that's not going to happen. And also, you don't shop for things like that the same way you do for goods.
No,
you don't go around saying, you know what I think I'm going to do? I think I'm going to get an appendectomy. Where can I find a cheap one? That's not how it happens.
No.
Can I Consumer Reports my appendectomy surgeon?
Yeah, you're not. That's not the deal. That's one of the things he brought up, and also talks about how the cost of prescription medicines would go down.
That's
with single payer. And basically they're talking about, and Dr. Allen supports this, obviously. She's the one running for Congress. Health care should be for everyone. And we are certainly the only major industrial country in the world that doesn't do it, that doesn't provide reasonable health care for everyone. Also there was a guy there named Ben Frank who he's interesting. He talked about why this has happened, why the healthcare system has turned into this, and it's obvious that it's big money.
Yeah.
That wants it to stay the way it is.
Sure.
And also they talked about, so why have the Republicans been unable to change the health care, the Obamacare? They've talked about it for a long time, and now 7 or 8 years, and now they're in power. Why have they been unable to change it? Because there is no good alternative to it other than
exactly
single payer.
Obamacare is already the compromise. The Democrats wanted a single payer system. They would have never gotten a single payer system approved. So what did they do? They talked to the Republicans and they put some of these other things in. Obamacare is a compromise.
And
already.
Which makes it a failure.
Right.
It really is a failure. I mean, they're right when they say Obamacare doesn't work.
And you know why it's going to continue to not work? There's a story today I thought you were going to do, maybe that insurance companies are either dropping it or they're raising their rates. And you will hear Trump and those people say, you see?
Yeah.
The reason they're dropping it is because of the uncertainty in Washington.
I want to be fair to the legislators and people on the Republican side. Don't mistake the fact that Barack Obama and other politicians also got huge contributions to their campaigns from insurance companies and pharmaceutical companies who did not want this to change. The pharmaceutical company, now Barack Obama and his administration said, we have to change it, and they kept pressuring him. That's where the pressure came from. It was not a matter of compromise, really. The pressure came from the pharmaceutical companies and the insurance companies, and Obama administration caved into it. Anyway, Dr. Kathy Allen, and then there was a woman there, Christine Stenquist, who's an advocate for medical marijuana.
Yay.
And she herself has found great relief of her illness from it. So anyway, you can go to savingmyhealthcare.com for a lot more about this, and then just look up Dr. Kathy Allen for Congress.
All right. Thank you very much.
X96 and Larry H. Miller Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Sandy want to send you to Las Vegas.
I had a Mary Jane candy yesterday.
I've never heard of a Mary Jane candy.
Mary Jane's. Mary Jane's.
You get that in Colorado?
It's you ever heard of Mary Jane?
No.
Famous old candy. Originally made in 1914.
That's probably stale.
By the Charles N. Miller Company, later by Stark Candy Company, now manufactured by Necco.
Oh.
And
did you go back to Backyard Birds?
No, my 11-year-old daughter, little Mrs. Bill, went up to the 7-Eleven and came back and said, "Look, they have Mary Jane's up there."
She knows what that is?
Sure, she's had them before. But listen, we know candy in our family.
Old candy.
And new candy. They know all kinds of candy. The candy, Mary Jane's, Charles Miller invented this candy and named them after his favorite aunt, Mary Jane.
Ah.
And there's a picture of a little girl on
Wonder how his other aunts felt about that.
Well, he had a favorite aunt, Mary Jane. Maybe he didn't have any others, but they're terrible.
Really?
I'd forgotten how terrible they are. I think they maybe used to be a little better. It's peanut butter, essentially, or peanut. There used to be peanut butter, sort of more peanut butter in them, and peanut butter and molasses. And they're chewy, like taffy.
Yeah.
But now they're just more sort of molassesy and sugary and very little peanutty. I was disappointed, but she was excited to find them and enjoyed them. Never had a Mary Jane? Would you eat a Mary Jane if somebody gave you one?
Not when you've described it, how terrible it is.
Well, but I mean, if I just said it was peanut butter and molasses, would you go, oh, I'll try that?
Yeah.
You don't have anything against molasses? No. It's just kind of...
What would I have against molasses?
Well, I don't know. You have weird food things.
Molasses is fine.
I thought, I think it's...
I have things in common with molasses.
That's, well, you're as slow as it.
Yes.
But in January, that's what my mother used to say. Would you hurry? You're as slow as molasses in January, which is, I think, the slowest of all molasses.
And I'm referencing Bugs Bunny twice again on today's show.
Yeah.
He was borrowing a cup of molasses from somebody. He had his coffee cup. Elmer shot a hole through it.
Uh-huh.
And it's snowing around, okay? And it starts to run out, and he goes, I didn't think molasses would run in January.
Yeah, there you go. And then of course there's all different. There's blackstrap molasses, which is the realies. See, I didn't think you'd like molasses because it's too strong.
It's
it's like strong syrup.
You don't need a spoonful of it. It's an ingredient amongst other things.
Some people use it in lieu of syrup on things.
Ew.
They'll drizzle molasses on their pancakes or on cereals or whatever. I find it a little. Oh, and the brand of molasses that you buy in the grocery store
has a rabbit on it.
It's Brer Rabbit.
Yeah.
Brer Rabbit molasses. So I
insist on Brer Rabbit molasses.
Buying molasses.
I don't think we can go into the whole reason that why Brer Rabbit might be on the.
Ask your grandpa about Song of the South, kids.
Yeah. Or when you go to Disneyland, what is it? Big Thunder
Splash Mountain.
Splash Mountain. Splash Mountain is full of characters that Disney no longer promotes or uses.
But they're in there.
Yeah, that ride.
But that's the only place. Your laughing place. Isn't that what they say?
Yeah.
Your laughing place.
That's where Brer Rabbit is.
Yeah. I like that ride, actually.
Always get wet.
And it's a nice place to cool off at Disneyland.
Mm-hmm.
Facebook, Twitter, and 96.3 FM, X96.
9:49.
I can never think of the name Angela without thinking of Tony Danza.
Thank you.
Going, Angela.
I thought you were going to say Angela without thinking of Kraft Lake City. I thought you were going to say that's the first thing that
just
comes
the
to
name,
mind.
Angela. But when I see Angela Brown from Slug Magazine, then I always go, Kraft Lake City.
Right, there we go.
Well, I go, Slug Magazine. Oh, Kraft Lake City. This thing has grown from just being a little
Yeah.
tiny event to
this
huge.
big 2-day thing now.
Yeah.
3 days.
Oh, it's 3 days now.
3 day, and last year we went 3 days, and this is our 9th year. 9 years.
Of craft. So tell people.
You're gonna have to get close on the mic because you're a quiet talker.
And
there.
I am a quiet talker.
Tell people who may not have any idea what Craft Lake City is. How do you describe
So
it?
Craft Lake City, essentially, we're a 501c nonprofit organization, and we've named ourselves after our own city, of course, Salt Lake City. And we host a large-scale DIY or do-it-yourself festival at the Gallivan Center every single year. It's always the second weekend in August, and that is this weekend.
Now, you say DIY festival, and you think, oh, maybe it's just some little crafts.
And
No,
there are some little crafts.
There are some, but there's some really cool, awesome art, awesome clothing, awesome... I like the paper good. There's a lot of cool paper goods they have there.
It's really true. Well, and this year, new for this year, we're doing free demonstrations. On Sunday, we've got a chainsaw guy. So he's actually...
Chainsaw Guy's going to be there?
He's going to be carving a seagull out of wood with his chainsaw.
Well, I knew he was talented, but I didn't know how talented. And then there's also musical entertainment.
Yes, we have 2 stages. We have the KRCL stage as well as the Slug Magazine stage with over 50 acts on both of those, all local as well. And then new for this year as well, we're doing workshops. So the public can also come away with their own take and make craft items like gold leafing, macrame, which is coming back from the 70s.
Macrame's coming back?
It's huge now.
You know what I hope comes back is making those pictures with macaroni, dry macaroni.
That's never gone away, Bill. That has
it
never
didn't go
gone
away?
away. No.
Oh man! And so how many booths do you have? Do you know? Did you drop?
I dropped the green Pop-Tart.
Oh,
I'm sorry. I'll pick it up on the way.
No, that's okay. Just leave it there. John will eat it off the floor.
I have that. So we have over 250 artisans that will be there, as well as our science technology building sponsored by Google Fiber with the makers. So we've got robotics exhibits in there, as well as 3D printing. New for this year inside of the STEM building is Meet a Scientist.
Meet a scientist.
Which I am personally excited about. So you can have a little one-on-one conversation with a scientist.
I'm waiting for the Republicans to show up and challenge them.
Scientists? That's a lie. We call those lie tellers. And then food.
Food, of course, craft food. And then there's one more thing I want to talk about that's only happening on Saturday, and that's Kid Row. So these are vendors from the 14 and under category that are only vending for 4 hours on Saturday from noon until 4 p.m.
Okay.
Oh, that's cool.
And see, when you said Kid Row is there on Saturday, I thought it was a rapper of some kind. But okay.
No, that's Kid Row you're thinking.
Oh, yeah. So anyway, it's Craft Lake City. It's at the Gallivan Center this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
You've got it.
It's a secular festival.
Yes.
And how can people find out all about it, Angela, from Slug Magazine?
CraftLakeCity.com.
That's it?
Simple as that?
That's it.
Is there an admission to get in?
$5, and children 12 and under are free.
So that's a bargain.
What a bargain.
All right. Thanks, Angela.
Thanks so
All right.
much.
Nice to see you.
Bye.
We'll see you. All right. Let's see. Now we're headed up to Snowbird to do the show tomorrow.
Yep.
Well,
Head
that's
up there
good.
tonight. And Pop-Tarts on the...
Drop the Pop-Tart on the
Seriously,
floor.
can I eat that?
Yeah, if you want.
It's gone now,
You
John.
got your
There's some left.
you got your insulin?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll do a Humalog shot. 2-3 units of Humalog, I'm good.
I have no idea what that means.
That's the insulin.
Fast-acting insulin.
You know, at that town hall thing I did last night, they talked about insulin.
What did they say about insulin?
Just the one thing. Dr. Allen, who is running for Congress, says, prescription drugs can be a lot cheaper. One of the ways to make them cheaper is the generic drug should be released a lot sooner than they are. Is there any reason there is no generic insulin, she said.
Yeah.
There is, actually.
No. Well, it's not according to her, and she's a doctor, John.
Several.
There's no generic insulin. They've held the patent on it for 40 years.
I think John buys insulin.
What am I taking?
Well, it ain't insulin,
Is it
apparently.
water?
I don't know.
Well, there's different kinds of insulin.
Well.
There's Humalog, there's Lantus, there's
Those are
Levemir.
those are all brands, though.
Well, there's a generic equivalent, then, is what it is. So the generic equivalent of Lantus would be Basaglar.
Oh, you're getting it from Canada.
Not that. No, I get the Humalog from the VA. I get my Basaglar from the Birch Family Pharmacy.
and I get some other stuff from Canada. I get my ED pills from Canada.
Well, I think I need to take some more of them.
All right. Let's do a promo and get out of here.
On Friday's Radio from Hell show,
Take a break and come up to Snowbird, where we'll be doing our show live from the Forklift Restaurant from 6 to 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.
At 7, we'll have the question of the week. Gina picked it, so now you've been warned.
My friend Paulette from New York will stop by at 7:45.
And at 9, we'll have a keyword for you to win 311 tickets.
that's all on Friday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
Good
Yeah,
enough?
we should probably say my friend Paulette. She's from the Food Network. Your
Oh,
Unique
yeah.
Sweets, and
Okay, well.
just say she's.
All right.
It's our pal fault. That's fine.
All right.
Seriously, can I eat that?
Yes.
Yes, Richie?
Join me in West Valley if you want to see a monster truck today from 11 to 1 at the Maverick on 5600 West out by Rocky Mountain Raceway. It's because their monster trucks are out at Rocky Mountain Raceway today.
What
So
time?
you want to get a picture? 11 to 1. It's the one on like 22nd South and 5600 West.
And in about 10 minutes, I'm going to be doing a Facebook Live on the Radio from Hell Facebook page. You can go there and ask me questions.
And within an hour, you'll find me face down somewhere.
You don't have any plans on where you'll be face down?
No, I haven't decided. It may not be up to me.
It may just
be where I
happen.
fall.
All right. What do you got, John?
311 tickets. Oh, meet and greet with 311.
A meet and greet
Get to
with
meet
311?
the band. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Also, I've got tickets to Rancid and Dropkick Murphys this Saturday.
That's going to be a good show.
Brandon Steinekert, my good buddy, just sent me a text.
Oh?
They're going to have special Salt Lake City merch at that show.
Really? I saw them. They're cool.
Right? There's a Salt
I want
Lake,
one.
there's a Rancid / Real Salt Lake t-shirt that Brandon designed.
Will you ask them if they have ladies style? I want a ladies style.
I'll
one of
ask you.
those.
Yeah, I'll ask. And I'm like, dude, can you save me one? And he's like,
Nope.
Gina, just tell him Gina's she's really has a great preference for tank tops. She loves tank tops, or a tube top would be even better.
No
for her.
Rancid
You got to have
tube
that
top.
lady cut.
No.
A Rancid tube top.
Nope.
That's what she
right.
needs. You'd look
All-
great in that.
You know what? All tube tops are Rancid. All of them.
Get it? Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
They are all damn bananas.
John Smith is next.
Keep listening. Come on.
A 1 hour nonstop music wingding starts now.